Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Members, we are just short of the required numbers, so I order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. Hello, order members, order members. We now have required quorum to transact business, so business will begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Under that particular order, The Honorable Abdi Tepo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 10, 2012, afternoon sitting. Report of the Committee on the Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Environmental Management and Coordination Impact Assessment and Audit Amendment Regulation 2016, legal notice number 149 of 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we go to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Again, the Honorable Abdi Koropu Tepo, representing the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Environmental Management and Coordination Impact Assessments and Audit Amendment Regulation 2016, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 10, 2021, and pursuant to provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Acts 2013 and Standing Order number 2010-4B, annulled in entirety the Environment Management and Coordination Impact Assessment and Audit Amendment Regulation 2016, published as legal notice number 149 of 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we go to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
On this particular one, we will start with questions. And I know, of course, we should also be having statements, requests, and replies to statement. So to start us off this afternoon is, just a minute, is a member for Kisumu Town West, the Honorable Olago Luoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituency is Kisumu West, not Kisumu Town West.
Yes. Well, that is actually true. It's Kisumu West.
Thank you, Mr.
But I
Speaker.
thought it is to the west of the town also. But let's proceed. And you know, at one point, I think you are in Kisumu Town West, I think.
You are right. It's to the west of the city. You are right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 468 of this year, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Kenya Airports Authority does not have its own dedicated search and rescue boat at Kisumu International Airport for utilization in case of emergency plane crash into Lake Victoria? Number 2, considering that the southern tip of the Kisumu International Airport runway is adjacent to the shores of Lake Victoria, what measures has Kenya Airports Authority put in place to deal with possible emergencies that may arise during takeoffs and landing of aircraft from this side of the runway? That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, and Housing. Then we go to the member for Kaloleni, the Honorable Katana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 496 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. What mechanism has the ministry put in place to establish the root causes of incidents of arson occurring in public secondary schools in Kaloleni constituency, such as Ngala Memorial Secondary, Kinarani Secondary School, and other affected schools across the country, and to further forestall any new occurrences? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether there is a correlation between the compressed academic calendar and the increased incidence of arson in public secondary schools? 3rd, could the Cabinet Secretary consider, Third, what measures has the ministry put in place in meeting the cost of renovating?
Order. Members, take your seat. Who is that member? Proceed.
What measures has the ministry put in place in meeting the cost of renovating the raised-down facilities in order to ease the financial burden already incurred by parents and guardians? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next is a member for Marakwet Town West. Actually, Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's Marakwet Town West. I rise to ask question number 470 on the order paper to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain when the Jesuman Police Station in Tunya Division of Marakwet West will be cassetted, having been commissioned in 2017, and further state the timelines within which the cassettement shall be undertaken? 2, within which timelines shall the Ministry provide Jesuman Police Station with a motor vehicle and other equipment to enable the police officers to effectively serve the residents of Tunya Division? 3, Honorable Speaker, when will the Ministry reinstate the National Police Reservists to supplement the enormous security workload currently being undertaken by police officers in Keria Valley of Elgeyo Marakwet County? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, that one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. The next question by Honorable Babu Owino. He made a request in the morning that the question be deferred, and I accept. So it is deferred. Then we go to the last one by the member for Alego Usonga, the Honorable Atandi.
Honorable Speaker, just give me one second. I get the question.
What were you doing for the last 20 minutes?
Speaker, just...
could actually be assisted with the hard copy. That would make it easy for you. We can have somebody quickly.
I'm trying to get to the question. Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 472 in today's order paper, and my question is addressed to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum. Question 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria employed by the management of Kenya Power to engage WPP Scanad PLC, which is a multinational company in its operations, as outlined in the report of the Auditor General of the Kenya Power and Lighting Company PLC for the year ended 30th June 2020, contrary to Section 103, Part 1 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. Number 2, what specific steps have the Board of Management of Kenya Power and Lighting Company in the Ministry of Energy taken to ensure that Kenya Power recovers monies paid out to WPP Scanad as a result of these illegal and irregular engagements? Number 3, could the Ministry consider blacklisting and debarring WPP Scanad PLC from taking part in any future public procurement in Kenya? And what action has been taken against individuals culpable of the irregular payments? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, that will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Energy. That marks the end of questions, so we go to statements. Starters off is the Honorable Duale, member for Garissa Town.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the status of the drought management funds for the financial year 2021 and the deteriorating drought situation in northern Kenya. Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, September 8, 2021, His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta declared the drought a national disaster. Consequently, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning released on September 10, 2021, 2 billion shillings to the Ministry of Devolution to support the mobilization of food, water, and other necessities to families affected by drought ravaging several counties. The National Drought Management Authority, NDMA, estimates that 2.1 million Kenyans are facing acute food insecurity and are in urgent need of a humanitarian assistance in the next 6 months. Honorable Speaker, the deterioration in the food security situation in the north is found in the counties of Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera, and Marsabit, and Isiolo, and Tana River, more prominently, and I am sure colleagues in the House will agree with me. The dismal performance of the March-May long rain season, compounded by the effects of COVID-19 and the poor performance of the previous short rains, attribute to this situation. The NDMA, Mr. Speaker, projects the situation to worsen further, and 2.4 million Kenyans in that region will suffer during the October-December if the short rains, as forecasted, fails. And these counties are Baringo, Kitui, Lamu, Garissa, Wajir, Tana River, Isiolo, Turkana, West Pokot, Makueni, Marsabit, Samburu, Laikipia, and Mandera counties. The deteriorating drought situation, Mr. Speaker, has led to conflict of resources in the counties such as Marsabit and Wajir, thereby hampering peace efforts in the region. Mr. Speaker, carcasses of animals is widespread along the routes in that region. No water tracking is taking place, no food distribution is taking place, and above all, Mr. Speaker, animal offtake is not found in any of our livestock markets. The National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, this House appropriated in the budget for the financial year 2021-2022, 8.9 billion for the Climate Smart Agricultural Productivity Project, 1.1 billion to enhance drought resilience and sustainable livelihood, 178 million towards ending drought emergencies in Kenya. Further, there is an appropriation of 529.5 million for livestock and crop insurance scheme, which targets compensation for 1,000 livestock, and that is camel, cattle, sheep, and goat in 10 counties in this financial year. Under the State Department for Arid and Semi-Arid Lands, the National Assembly appropriated, Mr. Speaker, 5.8 billion for the drought management in the financial year 2021-2022, comprising of 4.1 billion for Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, targeting 125,850 beneficiary households. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request a joint statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning and the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security, to one, provide a report on the 2 billion released by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning on 10 September 2021 to support counties affected by the drought. Further confirm whether the funds so far released is a supplementary appropriation under Article 223 of the Constitution, and if so, whether the required parliamentary approval was sought and granted within the stipulated timelines of the 2 months as per Article 223, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution. 2, provide a comprehensive report including tabulation on the total disbursement from 1st July 2021 to date by the National Treasury to relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies to mobilize food, water, pasture, livestock offtake program, and other necessities in the drought-affected counties. 3, provide a comprehensive report by the Cabinet Secretary for Water and Irrigation and special programs on the total number of boreholes, water pans, and small dams constructed to address the worsening water situation in northern Kenya, including the total number of persons supported by water dams and supply units. 4, provide a comprehensive report on the total number of livestock, including camels, cattle, sheep, and goats of the offtake program and those compensated from 1st of July 2021 to date under the livestock and crop insurance scheme in the State Department for Livestock. This includes the total compensation for each type of livestock. And finally, Mr. Speaker, a comprehensive report that the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Special Programs, for the State Department of Special Programs, on the total number of beneficiaries provided with water, food, and other essential under the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, which is targeting 125,850 beneficiaries, households in the financial year 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, because of the acute issues facing the people of Northern Kenya about their livelihood, I really want you to, for the first time, to ask through you if this statement can be delivered next week, because people are dying, animals are dying, and there's a matter of priority for Kenya and for the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That looks like a fair request. Now let me see the chair, finance, or the vice. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the vice chair, finance, please let's get from you. We want to know how quick that can be done, because these are a very serious issue. You know, it's something which is live. So if you could tell us how you really think we could go about it quickly, that would be to the help of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former leader of government business has asked for very comprehensive and detailed information about the status of drought management funds for the year 2021-2022 regarding the deteriorating drought situation in northern Kenya. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our committee and that of administration, I would request, Mr. Speaker, that you give us 2 weeks to answer this question.
Well, looks to me like 2 weeks will be long. I mean,
a fortnight from now.
What is it, Honorable Raso?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have been listening to the statement from the former leader of majority. The same was asked by Honorable Rama Jaldesa a few months ago, and also from the same former leader of majority, until the president declared that drought and famine to be a national disaster. And as far as we are concerned, once the president has made a proclamation, then something should be happening on the ground. Honorable Speaker, you know, we depend on rain-fed agriculture. Our main economy, the subsistence economy that we survive on, is livestock. And I think from what we are getting, I think Nairobi is sleeping. There are people who are deliberately just dragging their feet to actually reach a point that it will not only be just the livestock, let even people die. Honorable Speaker, I think we want that response in days, not actually in weeks. Because they already have a response.
Okay. Honorable Sankok.
Honorable Speaker, people are dying because already animals are almost finished. So when Honorable from Royal Suburb, you know, it is unfortunate that the Vice Chair is from Nairobi and from not only anywhere, but Royal Suburb. So he may not be able to understand when we talk about the drought.
What is it about Royal Suburb?
You know, no, yes, I know it is Roy Sambu, but it is called Royal Suburb. You know, for those, you know, it is Roy Sambu for Honorable Muadhi, because I understand where he come from. But for those of us who have learned Queen English, it is called Royal Suburb. Now, the honorable member, the vice chair of the committee, who is from Royal Suburb, may not understand what His Excellency Adan Ndwele was saying when you talk about drought, Honorable Speaker. Because when you are living in Nairobi and living as a royalty, within Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, it becomes difficult. So I really urge him and request him, we need this answer within days, not weeks. If possible, let us have it tomorrow, because they already have. It was already declared a national disaster, and what we are just asking, where are the boosters, the water boosters? Where are the animal feeds that were supposed to be given to our animals?
All right.
How many have they been given? Where is the animal half-take? You know, as simple as that, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
He's on a
I
point
think
of order
I
anyway,
heard
so-
Honorable, on a point of order.
Just a minute. Honorable Shamala, the Honorable
Yes.
Sankok was also on a point of order. Now, it's
He
okay.
referred
now,
to
he has now said-
Honorable
Let us-
Just a minute.
As His Excellency.
He has just finished his
No,
contribution.
let us forgive her.
So,
She's
no,
a
order.
mono in this house.
Excuse
She
me.
have not
No,
understood.
order, Honorable.
You cannot raise on a point of order on
No,
top of another point of order.
You see, Honorable Sankok,
Yes.
I have sorted out your matter, so please
Yes, sir.
don't give yourself powers that you
Thank you,
don't
sir.
have. So take your seat.
I've been
Let me hear
educating these
Honorable
monos, but they are
Shamala
not
now.
learning very fast.
Honorable Shamala, please. Just a minute. Let me give you the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of order and seeking clarification. Are members of Parliament referred to as their excellencies? I heard Honorable Sankok referring to Honorable Duale as His Excellency. Or is he His Excellency in waiting as a governor?
Really, I would not bother too much about how members refer to themselves, especially when they are giving themselves titles. I wouldn't want to come in, because even you are being a member here, to be referred as a honorable member is something that is supposed to be bestowed on you by others. So if in the heart of the Honorable Sankok, Honorable order. So if in the eyes of Honorable Sankok is an excellent member, well, I would really not have too much problem with it. Really, I know you with your very good English. You really want some things done in a certain manner. But you see, this is the National Assembly. Some things are done in a particular way. So there should be no problem. Let's sort out the more important issue, which is the Honorable Vice Chair. This time I'm not even bothered to take you as a member for Roysambu. You are the Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance. Are you able to squeeze it a little faster? Because it's a very serious issue.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the concern of members, as the situation in the country, particularly in the 10 counties affected by drought, is quite grave. However, Mr. Speaker, it may take some time to collect all this information from the various sagas and the government departments, but we could do our best, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps try it in a week's time, if it pleases the honorable members.
Kindly try as much as you can. It's a very serious issue.
Thank you.
It touches on lives of people, so it's important. But Honorable Mwadi, what is the issue? I thought that's a matter sorted now.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the chance. Honorable Speaker, I was looking at the order paper, and I can see that request for statement is supposed to be designated to the DC on finance and national planning. But in his submission, the Honorable Duale has asked for a joint statement from the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Administration. So my query is, how is that going to be done, and who is going to take responsibility? Because here it reads different from his request.
Well, I think the lead departmental committee will be the finance one. Should they require any information, good information from the Committee on Administration and National Security, I think that would be fine. But the lead departmental committee is that one of finance. Okay, so we go to the next one. Next one, which is the one by the Honorable Sosion on school unrest. Honorable Sosion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research regarding the ongoing schools unrest in the country. Honorable Speaker, the country has experienced an increasing outbreak of schools unrest in the ongoing second term of learning. Already, over 30 institutions of learning have experienced arson and related destruction of property. They include Buruburu Girls High Schools, Kichabe Boys High School, Kanjuri High School, St. Luke's Boys High School, Kimilili, Chapakali High School, Osingo Mixed Secondary School, Dr. Graf Memorial School, Moi Girls High School, Marsabit, Kipkabus Boys High School, Mudambi Boys High School, Cabo Lecho Secondary School, among several other schools, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the banning of dormitories, classrooms, and laboratories has left some students and teaching staff nursing various injuries and also led to the closure of some of the learning institutions. It is rather unfortunate that in most of these cases, it is the parents who will be compelled to pay for the repair and reconstruction of the damaged school properties, thereby aggravating the struggles they already face in raising school fees for their children. Honorable Speaker, in view of the fact that this cycle of schools unrest seems to have a repetitive pattern in almost every academic year, I wish to seek for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the following. 1, in view of proper governance structure in existence in managing schools in the education sector in general, what are the causes of the ongoing unrest in schools across the country? 2, what practical measures is the Minister of Education pursuing in addressing the current spate of unrest in schools? 3, has the ministry involved all relevant stakeholders in addressing and mitigating past and present occurrences of unrest in schools? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And since this is a matter that is of great national concern, I also request that the statement can be availed within 7 days. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Fatma? Gedi? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is something that is not, it's unusual, and it's really worrying me. Seated next to me is Honorable Abdul Samad Sharif, MP Mvita, Mr. Speaker. And looking at him, he's wearing the colors of ANC. And I'm really worried because I don't know why he has left that side to come and sit with me here. So he has to declare and tell us what are the intentions really, Mr. Speaker, or otherwise let him move to the other side.
I think that is irrelevant, really. I am colorblind myself, so I do not know what color he's on. What is your color? And it is irrelevant to these issues anyway, but let's just confirm. Honorable Nasir.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlemen and ladies from UDA are calling it yellow. The ones from other parties are calling it their colors, but I think my heart, body, and soul are painted orange, and we are the loyalists of the party. Tie notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, well, just to inform my sister.
What is the color anyway?
This is a lime green tie, Mr. Speaker. It's a lime green tie.
Okay. Well,
I know I'm in demand on the other side, but I'm afraid to say that I belong to the ODM party.
Oh, you are already taken. So let's leave that. It is irrelevant. Really, I mean, looking from where I am, Honorable Nasir looks smart. I would really not bother about the color of the tie. Well, let's see the color of the brain, or the heart, you said. So let's proceed to dispense with this one of Honorable Sosion. Now, I see the chair education is in the House. Remember, one of the questions also that was asked also touches on this, in spite of the fact that it is taken for a specific constituency. I think it's something you can do quickly. How quick can you do it, Honorable Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Session, being one of my members in the committee, is very well aware that the CS is appearing tomorrow. This being a very urgent issue, I think it will be proper that the CS addresses it immediately tomorrow when he appears. We have 12 other questions. The members have been informed to appear tomorrow so that we can answer the questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, that is very kind of you, Honorable Chair. The only thing that I would ask you is to make sure that it is detailed so that it doesn't become one that is quick and, thin. So let the CS apply himself fully to this matter which is of concern. But I see some few members, I don't like members putting up their hands, but let's see Honorable Kosing. What is it, the Honorable Kosing?
I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I'll give 2 members only and probably...
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and of course as provided for in our standing orders that we make some comments. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me this chance. And as I do that, Honorable Speaker, and as I support what Honorable Sossion is asking in terms of the causes of this banning of schools, Honorable Speaker, I'm urging the committee or I'm helping or adding to the Committee of Education to look at this issue called delocalization, Honorable Speaker. I think that delocalization now is actually maturing in terms of negativity of delocalization, Honorable Speaker. So as much as they look at other issues and also concentrate on the students, Honorable Speaker, in my view, I want them to look at that because, Honorable Speaker, if you come to West Pokot County, where I come from and where I was born, delocalization has caused mayhem in terms of performance, Honorable Speaker. The schools are completely deperforming. Can you imagine, Honorable Speaker, if people like Pokots, who are used to the capital, Honorable Speaker?
I'm inclined to feel that you are
No,
digressing.
I'm giving
you are
a very...
digressing. You are digressing, and the reason being, of course, I know you as an international expert on some of these things, but you are digressing because the issue you are tackling is completely different. If you are attaching it to unrest in schools, it would make sense. But what you are doing...
Close. This is very close to unrest, Honorable Speaker, and I'm giving my reasons.
You are talking about the issue of delocalization and performance.
Might be the court...
So maybe what I would request you, the Honorable Kosing, is to file a substantive statement request. Then we can be able to deal with that one also. Well, you've been heard anyway, Honorable Kosing. Now, I'm trying to see this member here having an issue with that member behind Wanyonyi. I see a problem with the... That must be a soci.
Mr. Speaker, this issue of indiscipline in school is a very serious issue, and it's affecting almost every region in this country. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, through your indulgence, to allow the committee to be held in the open so that many of the members here can attend and discuss this matter with the Cabinet Secretary so that a permanent solution is found to this problem, because there could be many reasons why we are having this problem.
Okay.
Some are policy issues, as Honorable Chair of the Roads Committee has said, and others could be as a result of the 100% transition, which has caused congestion in schools. So there are various reasons which members in this House, some who are experienced like Mheshimiwa Mboko Milemba and Mheshimiwa Sosion here, can be able to address conclusively. So I request that as a committee meets tomorrow, let them meet in this chamber and you allow as many members as possible to attend.
That quickly. Honorable Chair, Education, where are you having your meeting?
4th floor, Continental House.
Well, I know quite a number of members can attend that meeting if they really wish. If there is some space there.
Yeah.
Just, I wanted to be sure so that we tell members that the CS will be in Continental 4th floor.
Yes.
At what time?
From 10.
At
Mr.
10 o'clock.
Yes.
So please avail yourselves. Wahungu, and that should be the end. Dr. Wahungu, Wamalwa. That's tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the same matter, Mr. Speaker, there's a school which was banned, and the tabulation was done, and each parent the amount of money they are supposed to pay, when you do the tabulation, the total amount comes almost 70 billion. But when you look at the total value of the destruction, it's not even a quarter. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, as you look into it, is it by design, or is it that management maybe is involved for purposes of a monetary beneficiary? Look at this matter holistically, because the trend at which, Mr. Speaker, this matter is spreading, it's as if it's an inside job, Mr. Speaker, and you cannot rule it out. So we humbly request the committee even to summon the management of those respective schools and be able to establish whether it was by any chance it was an inside job, or what is it? Because it can't just come out simultaneously and they are very quick to ask the parents to pay this amount of money. And when you do the tabulation, the amount is so exorbitant, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
So that is my humble request, Chair. Thank you.
Take it to the committee tomorrow. That would be fair. You take it there. So we go to the next order. What is it, honorable members? I mean, we have sorted out that one. That is sorted out. I would hesitate to give you, because I do not know what is this different matter.
Concerning thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, normally when members ask for questions, it is because of pressing matters. Before we went on recess, Honorable Speaker, I went to the table office and raised about 2 weeks before recess and raised a question concerning my constituents. And this is in particular on Kenya Forest Service. And as we speak today, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Forest Service evicted about 500 families from social forest. And this is a humanitarian crisis. And when we ask for those questions, we want them to come to be prioritized on the order paper so that these issues can be addressed urgently. So I want to ask, Honorable Speaker, that you order the clerk that the table office be able to put my question in the order paper in the most, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Milemba is interfering. I'm asking, Honorable Speaker, that my question, which is supposed to be prioritized, be put on the order paper so that I can seek for that.
I hear you.
Okay.
I will administratively see what to do with it. Now, honorable members, and especially the Chair, Education. Now, as I hope you are going to have your CS prepare in good time, because we would not want him to come and say that he's not prepared. You have picked one day yourself, which I think is fairly difficult for anybody to do it, but if he is able to do that, I would be happy. I would have been happier if you gave a little more time so that that specific matter is addressed. In fact, I do not know, because he will be coming with a handful, so he might not give sufficient opportunity to this particular issue. So it is something which is okay if he can be able to prepare, because I know it's a live issue, he could easily be prepared. But should he not be ready tomorrow, we should be able to be fixing another day that we are sure is going to be able to answer that, so that we do not escape by the virtue of notice being short. Chair, let's hear what you have to say, and then we move to the next order.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the course of tomorrow, I am sure the question of fires has to be raised. That is why I've requested Honorable Sosion at least to be there, because I'm sure that question has to arise even if it is on any other business. Okay. But the statement has to be in writing, and it will be given in the 7 days that Honorable Sosion has requested. Because of public interest, at least tomorrow it has to be discussed, even if he doesn't have all the facts.
We can have the preliminaries tomorrow, and should we not be satisfied, within 7 days we should be getting a very comprehensive answer to that one. I think that makes even Honorable Milemba happy.
Aye.
Okay, so we go to the next order. No, it's not the next order. We want to have responses to statements. Let's be brief, honorable members, because we have a very heavy afternoon. So let's start with the statement request to be tackled by the Committee on Administration and National Security. That voice feels familiar. Easily could be from the county. What is it, Honorable Gikaria? What is it, Honorable Gikaria?
Yeah.
Is it about this particular sector that we are going? Because we could leave others for tomorrow afternoon. I'm not able to get you from this place. So what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I needed your indulgence on an issue that I had brought last year regarding public land which had been taken over by some the Nakuru blankets in Nakuru. And the Committee of Lands finished and the recommendations were done and Parliament approved that. And the Implementation Committee, Honorable Speaker, has never given a follow-up on the matter because the issue was that the land should be, the titles be cancelled and the land be brought back to the public because they were set aside for schools, markets, and things like that, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
So
Well, let me follow up with the Committee on Implementation now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Let me just see. Doesn't matter. Now I see that the Honorable Chair, Sports and Culture would have been the one to take the first go, but we could still have it any other way. So let's have both your statements in quick succession. Then we are able to see how we can act. Let's move fast so that we can save on time. You don't have to have every detail in. The rest we can see if the member can have.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a response to the statement sought by the Member of Parliament for Unyenje's constituency, the Honorable Eric Mushangi, who sought to be informed on the following regarding the disappearance or the murder of two young men. Why it took so long for the police in Manyata to...
Honorable Nasir, you seem to be a very popular man, but we still need to do some spacing. I don't know if it is this tie of yours which is creating a lot of issues.
Is that tie?
Because, you know, I can be able to see you from my screen from here. Yeah, so please.
The tie is attracting a lot of people
Members
around.
are supposed to observe social distance unless they come from the same house. Thank you very much. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member sought to know why it took so long for the police officers in Manyata to relay the correct information to the parents, whether the Inspector General of the Police can explain to the members of the public what exactly happened, and number three, whether the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Internal Security can assure the members of the public of their security given that businessmen and women have started fleeing Kianjokoma market, citing insecurity as the reason. And the response, Honorable Speaker, is as follows. Honorable Speaker, on 1st August 2021 at around 21:30 hours, a team of officers from Manyata Police Station went out on night mobile patrols within Kianjokoma Market. The patrol team was under the command of number 65813 Corporal Benson Mputhia as the in-charge, together with number 236939 Corporal Consolata Kariuki, number 82125 PC James Mwaniki as the driver, number 235014 PC Wanyama, number 112274 PC Nicholas Sang of DCI Manyata, and number 107471 PC Lilian Cherono, or all on board GKB 277T Toyota Police Land Cruiser. During the patrol, they arrested a total of 10 persons within areas of Muchagori, Kavutere, Kianjokoma, and Kiriari for contravening curfew orders and selling liquor after hours. The patrol team then proceeded to Karao police post, where they collected one person charged for offense of assault, who was pending escort to Manyata police station. Later, it was established that two of the arrested persons, who were brothers, died, a matter that is currently pending before court. The incident sparked riots within Kianjokoma area, where Kibugu police station vehicle registration number GKB 277T was burnt by the rioters. Furthermore, the rioters attacked Kianjokoma police station, where they burned two other vehicles, KCG 559Y, belonging to OCS Kianjokoma, and exhibit KBV 526L, and destroyed police VHF communication set, solar panel, and battery. Consequently, one person was fatally injured and two suffered gunshot wounds. Honorable Speaker, guided by the provisions of Section 87(4) of the National Police Service Act number 11A of 2011, and Chapter 5, Paragraph 3D of the National Police Service Standing Orders, Amendment 2020, Internal Affairs Unit conducted investigations into the matter. Investigations established that the 6 police officers were responsible for the death of the 2 young men, Benson Jiru Ndwiga, aged 22 years, and Emmanuel Mutura Ndwiga, aged 19 years. A compiled case file was submitted to the Inspector General and the Director of Public Prosecution as required by Cap 5, Paragraph 3G of the National Police Service Standing Orders. Based on the investigation's report, the Director of Public Prosecution directed the Inspector General of Police to immediately arrest and arraign the suspects in a Nairobi court. The involved officers were arrested on the night of 16th August 2021 and arraigned in court with 2 charges of murder at Milimani, Nairobi on 17th August 2021 as directed. A miscellaneous application seeking custodial order was filed by the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA, on the same day. The Honorable Court granted prayers of IPOA and the officers were detained at Capitol Hill Police Station, Nairobi, pending completion of investigations by IPOA in order to complement murder charges against them. Honorable Speaker, the Internal Affairs Unit is still investigating the conduct of senior officers at the station where the incident occurred to establish if there was any broken link in command leadership that led to the unfortunate death. Administrative action will be taken against any commander found culpable for any leadership lapses. Honorable Speaker, the government wishes to emphasize its commitment to providing security for the citizens across the country, including the Kianjokoma market and provision of an enabling environment for the thriving of business. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Statement from the CS Interior.
Very quick ones from the Honorable Member for Ujenjes and one other member, and that will be it. Honorable Mushangi.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to appreciate the response from the CS on the very unfortunate incident that happened at Kianjokoma. There was good response from the Deputy Inspector General of Police, who came to Kianjokoma and listened to the incidents listened to the people of Kianjokoma on the incidences that happened to the family of Ndwiga Kamunyoti. And we want to appreciate also that the presence of IPOA, the Law Society of Kenya, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, they gave us some good attention, and we hope that by the end of the day we will get justice for the sons of Ndwiga Kamunyoti. But again, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the investigations that are being done on the senior officers' conduct will be concluded and that nothing will be put under the carpet, and necessary action will be taken so that finally we can get justice for these two brothers who died at a very tender age.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seems happy. So probably just a quick word from Honorable Mbarire, and please let it be brief. Really, it seems everybody is happy with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also just want to add my voice to that of Honorable Mushangi and say that we appreciate the work that has been done by the committee. What happened in Kianjokoma was the most unfortunate thing that we hope will never happen, not just in Embu, but in the rest of Kenya. Chairman, we appreciate what your committee continues to do, especially in response to the very urgent issues that emerge across the country. But we hope that you continue to pursue the ministry to ensure that justice is delivered to that family and the family of the young man that died in Manyata. And we'll be looking forward to a successful closure of this matter by ensuring that the culprits are actually locked, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, then the next one briefly, and then we finish it. Let's move quick because we have a very, very heavy afternoon program.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Suba North constituency, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, sourced a statement regarding a boat that capsized in Lake Victoria on 21st September 2021. She particularly sought to be informed on the following. One, the details on the measures that the ministry has instituted to effectively and rapidly respond to boat accident and tragedy, such as the one that happened on Lake Victoria, and any plans to undertake recovery. Two, the steps being taken to ensure that boat operators in Lake Victoria adhere to set safety and rescue measures. And three, whether the ministry has put aside funds to compensate the affected families whether the ministry has put aside funds to compensate the affected families in case such fatalities occur again in future. The response is as follows, Honorable Speaker, that on 21st September 2021, at around 16:20 hours, the beach management chairman, Mr. Edward Oremo, reported via OB number 6/21/09/2021 that a vessel christened DUR capsized while on its way from Homa Bay to Nduru Beach. Search and rescue operations were commenced immediately, and 11 persons were rescued and 10 bodies retrieved. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Interior has deployed Kenya Coast Guard Services, that is KCGS, stationed at strategic locations in Kenya's territorial waters, with the headquarters of the Inland Squadron situated in Kisumu Port. As a result of increased waterway traffic within the lake, KCGS has established stations in Bita and Port Victoria. Honorable Speaker, the KCGS works in close collaboration with relevant maritime agencies within the lake and has continued to sensitize the public, boat operators and fishing community through their beach management units, BMUs, on the importance of compliance to safety regulations. Issues covered during sensitization include, but not limited to, the following. 1, proper loading. 2, certification of coxswain. 3, acquisition of boat seaworthiness compliance certificates. And 4, regular inspection of small vessels certification compliance by KCGS. As part of law enforcement, KCGS continues to conduct regular patrols, boarding patrols and inspection to ensure users of the lake observe the regulations. KCGS also arrests and prosecutes maritime law offenders in the lake. However, Honorable Speaker, the ministry has no vote to compensate affected families. That is the statement by the CS. And Honorable Speaker, I wish to have some additional information because pursuant to that incident, the committee toured the area. And the fact-finding mission to Homa Bay, which was conducted on 8th October 2021. During the visit, the committee met and held meetings with County Emergency Response Coordinating Committee under the chairmanship of the County Commissioner, Homa Bay. The committee also met key stakeholders, including the Kenya Coast Guard, Kenya Marine Authority, Border Patrol Unit, and Beach Management Units. Some of the proposals received by the committee, which will be incorporated in the report, are facilitating the development and enactment of Homa Bay County Lake Transport Policy, sensitizing beach management units in lakes on lake safety, enhancing the role of Kenya Coast Guard and Kenya Maritime Authority in policing the lake, as enforcement of safety features, regular inspection of boats on lake worthiness, registration of boats, training of crew. And my committee also, Honorable Speaker, in liaison with the relevant state agents, will push for the following. 1, provision of police boats to patrol the lake. 2, deployment of Border Patrol Unit of the National Police Service. And 3, equipping police officers based at Remba, Ringiti, and Ufangano Islands with modern vessels, as well as mounted with night vision equipment to facilitate clearance of goods and persons entering and leaving the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, so maybe on this one, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, and maybe another member, in brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the CS and the committee for that response. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to indicate that while the committee was in Homa Bay, we still, and I'm sure they know, we had yet another tragedy where we lost 3 more people. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that the recommendation by the committee to have patrol boats in Remba, Ringiti, and Fangano Island is extremely welcome. And I would encourage that when the budget is coming, if they could prioritize that, so that we have security, not just in relation to internal issues, but the harassment of fishermen by authorities from Uganda and Tanzania that often causes a lot of this accident. Mr. Speaker, I would also want to alert the committee that one of the things that actually happened after they came that caused that accident is the dredging of the Mbita bridge that is actually causing extremely heavy currents. And Mr. Speaker, before the bridge was created, that is the same spot where my father died. And so by dredging the bridge, it is creating the same crisis, Mr. Speaker. And unless security measures are put around it, many more people will die. So as a matter of urgency, I'm also requesting that that also be put in the budget. And Mr. Speaker, I also noticed, I just wanted to mention finally, that on the issue of the Coast Guard, that because it is, I think they only have 1 boat and station in Mbita town, Mr. Speaker, that is not very effective. And they are focusing a lot more on looking at compliance by fishermen, which in a way is actually criminalizing poverty. For instance, they are saying whether we have certification of coxswain. We are doing that through CDF to help them train, but one training is about 60,000 Kenya shillings. It's not like driving a car. Being a coxswain is actually more expensive. So I'm actually requesting that they consider also putting a fund for rapid training. We will do some in CDF, but for rapid training of the coxswain so that they're in compliance. But above everything, the Coast Guard should work with the local communities and be friends and not harass the local community. Thank you.
I think you have almost spoken on behalf of all the other members. What is your point of order, Honorable Nasir, again? No, really. Okay. Honorable Nasir, please.
Mr. Speaker, it is with your indulgence and allowing me, Honorable Millie mentioned something here regarding the Kenya Coast Guards. Very recently, I had a meeting with all the BMUs and the Kenya Coast Guard and Kenya Maritime Authority and the rest. And I think Honorable Millie will be in agreement with me, it is high time. You know, some of these fishermen, Mr. Speaker, have experience of being coxswains, more than even their own teachers. But now they are being told that they have to pay for those licenses. And I think it's important, those from the lake region and the ocean region, we will form our own caucus to ensure that these levies are removed. Our fishermen should not be paying a single penny. As it is, times are hard, Mr. Speaker.
Well, what is it, Honorable Sankok? We have sorted out, that is finished. So, what is it? Put on your mask. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, the statement, the answers that have been given by Honorable Mwadhi, whom I trust and I respect so much, is that it seems all the members are satisfied. But we are satisfied by the response after losing lives. Are the parents of the Kianjoma brothers satisfied? Are the parents of those who perish satisfied? Why don't we try to prevent some of these loss of life, Honorable Speaker? Currently, Honorable Speaker, we have seen what have happened in Kondele now. There is violence, there is stoning of the car or the entrance of the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker. Honorable, as expected, Honorable Speaker, it is...
Order. Honorable Sankok. Honorable Sankok, take your seat, please. Now, the members, just a minute, honorable members. Order. Okay, just take your seat. The two members who made request for the statement have said they are satisfied with the answer. They did not talk about satisfaction with any other activity that has come there. And secondly, if you have any other issue, make a statement request. Make a statement request. So I think that is a matter that is settled. It is settled. Let's not. No, you don't need. No, I'm not. I have not asked you for apology. So let's go to the next order. The next order. Oh, sorry. We have the tourism. The question on sports and tourism. No, you don't. You.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, Honorable Sankok, you want to apologize? Luckily, you are very close to the Honorable Nasir. Quietly apologize to him there. Okay, proceed. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a response for the statement sought by the Honorable Owen Bayaya, MP North, Kilifi North. Mr. Speaker, in particular, the Honorable Member sought to be informed on the following issues. Number one, plans by the government to carry out a vaccination program for the tourism and hospitality workers, particularly in the coast region. Number two, Mr. Speaker, whether the Ministry of Tourism has in place a tourism recovery plan including marketing campaigns and public relations strategies with a view of reviving the tourism sector. Number three, measures the government has put in place to cushion the, measures the government has put in place to cushion the tourism sector, players, business and investments in the tourism and hospitality industry, including but not limited to waivers and amnesties on tax, tourism licenses and catering levy. Number four, the measures the government should consider rolling out economic recovery support measures, including social protection measures for the local people who lost their jobs following COVID-19 to cushion them from the effects of the pandemic. Number five, measures the government is putting in place to enable fully vaccinated travelers into and out of the country in line with set protocols without undue inconveniences? And number 6, what measures the government has put to consider subsidizing the cost of COVID-19 PCR tests on outgoing and incoming tourists to make Kenya a competitive tourist destination? Honorable Speaker, having considered the statement, I wish to respond as follows. Number 1, on vaccination of tourism and hospitality workers. In the first place, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Tourism and Right will engage the Ministry of Health and the Council of Governors for Tourism and Hospitality Workers to be considered as part of frontline workers and are given due consideration when vaccination for COVID-19 began. This led to most of such workers in Nairobi, Kisumu, Nakuru, Narok, Mombasa, Kilifi, Taita Taveta, Kajiado, Lamu, among others, popular tourist destinations and the counties being vaccinated. Currently, the country has more vaccines, and the ministry has lobbied tourism associations to mobilize their members to turn up in large numbers and be vaccinated, leading to mass vaccinations to more than 90% of the sector workplace in the entire country being fully vaccinated, including the entire Kenyan coast. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond as follows. Plans to revive the tourism sector during COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the following are the major plans to revive the tourism sector to 2019 pre-COVID-19 status before the global projected recovery in 2024. The ministry established the National Tourism and Hospitality Protocol Task Force to develop health and safety protocols for the hospitality sector. This led to the awards by World Travel and Tourism Council, WTC, of the Safe Travel Stamp in July 2020. The country also was the first to be awarded the recommended status of the Safer Tourism Resilience Seal by the global body, Rebuilding Travels, in August 2020. Secondly, the ministry, in consultation with stakeholders, has developed a tourism remodeling strategy 2021-2025 that seeks to double tourism earnings revenue by 2030, and whose focus is on 1, repositioning the magical Kenya as a premium brand to attract international tourists from diverse source markets and segments. Number 2, measures for easing travel into Kenya through recognition of PCR COVID test certificates and lobbying for timely lifting of negative travel advisories. Number 3, aggressive marketing in new international source markets, such as the Chinese, while maintaining and improving presence in traditional source markets and incentives for our domestic travelers. Number 4, develop carefully assessed and selected tourism products for niche markets, such as birding, game viewing of rare and unique wildlife, such as the Dugang dolphins, white rhino, among others, mountain climbing, and running with the marathoners. Mr. Speaker, number 5, strengthening the tourism protection service to enhance safety and security in the destination. Number 6, strengthen enforcement of regulation on short-term accommodation rentals for visitors to different parts of the country. Number 7, introduction of tourist ferry services along the Kenyan coast. Number 8, policy intervention on beach properties by securing them to remain for tourism-centric use and requirement for owners to improve them or be subjected to accelerated land taxation or acquisition. Number 9, lobby for a policy towards extended holidays for the citizens when public holidays fall on weekends. Number 10, freeing of the Kenyan airspace to other international airlines. This has led to KLM, Lufthansa, Qatar, Emirates, and Ethiopian Airlines having regular scheduled direct flights to Mombasa International Airport, in addition to the resumed European charter flights under the new normal. Number 11, development and implementation of meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. Strategic collaboration with the private sector, county governments, and other relevant stakeholders to ensure redistribution of international and domestic tourism in the country. Number 12, reducing seasonality by hosting mega annual events like the East African Safari Rally and hosting international sports events like the just concluded Under-20 World Athletic Championships during the low season months. Number 13, continuous research on tourism sector priority issues for timely remedial policy interventions. Number 14, positive working relationships with countries to Mombasa County for the design of Jomo Kenyatta public beach facilities, Malindi waterfront for Kilifi County, and digital packaging of tourism attractions for Moreb counties. Number 15, Mr. Speaker, lobbying and appeal in various forums for peaceful campaigns, conduct of peaceful general elections, and maintenance of peace before and after the August 2022 election results. Mr. Speaker, measures put in place to cushion tourism sector players during the pandemic include that the ministry, through the then Tourism Finance Corporation, disbursed economic stimulus funds to the sector players comprising of hoteliers, restaurant operators, tour operators, and tourist...
how much more time do you require?
Attractions. About 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes, attraction to the...
You'll have to summarize. 5 minutes is too much.
Mr. Speaker, you know this is a response of the minister. I may not summarize because it's written.
Well...
So let me try to put the highlights. Yeah, to the tune of 2 billion Kenya shillings the financial year 2021 financial year, Kenya Tourism Board was allocated Kenya shillings 1 billion for innovative and targeted marketing campaigns. They were able to undertake the following programs. Mr. Speaker, 1, the Magical Kenya Signature Experiences program. This was put in February 2021, and we have had 29 new experiences, which were enlisted into the Kenya Signature Experience collection. To date, there are 44 diverse and authentic Kenyan travel experiences for travelers to pick from during their next holiday to Kenya. Additional promotions have been undertaken over the social media platforms, webinars, emails, and the newsletters to Kenya. Key source markets locally and internationally for the last 1 year. Number 2, they've engaged in safety travel digital campaigns. Travelers and investors alike are keen on their safety during this period of COVID-19 pandemic. They are therefore out to be updated or reassured of their safety to the destinations they want to travel. To safety and travel campaigns were one of the strategies to address the safety concerns of the traveler. And this was through development of online content, mobilize publicity on the vaccination of hospitality staff, rally hospitality industry to showcase preparedness in mitigating the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, preparation of continuous destination update to share with the source markets and travel trade. Mr. Speaker, number 3, on the training and sensitization of tour guide drivers on safety protocols, the ministry, being the first people to come in contact with travelers and visitors into the country, tour guide drivers play a key role in installing confidence among visitors on destination preparedness against COVID-19. During the period, KTB hosted a series of sensitization workshops in Nairobi and the coastal region, targeting tour guides and drivers. And Mr. Speaker, the main objective of this was to share content of Magical Kenya safety protocols as guided by the Ministry of Health, among other tips.
Actually taken 2 minutes and it was automatically disconnected. We can, let's see, press the intervention slot.
Mr. Speaker, the member had sought for more than 7 statements, and I was just going through them. But anyway, because
what
given
you do,
2 minutes...
what you do, the Honorable Chair, let me just tell you, since the person who would want to have this statement is the member, he probably has a copy. We could do summary, really, because sometimes, you know, the ministry can send us very long issues, and yet if they can implement just a few of what they are saying, we'll be talking about numbers going up. So just summarize, then see if the member can have something on it.
In summary, Mr. Speaker, I am sure the member has been given this copy of this response, and I invite him to go through it. In case he's not satisfied, Mr. Speaker, on Thursday of next week, the minister is coming here, and maybe he can seek further clearance, further clarification from the minister. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let's have the member, Honorable Baya, and I hope you are not going to have too much to say to that.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I would like to thank the Honorable Mayor for actually reading through such a long, tedious statement. Honorable Macau. And Mr. Speaker, what disappoints me about this statement is that what the minister has done is just lifted some strategic plan documents in the ministry and put them together and given to us as a response. And therefore, it does not tally in any way to the statement as requested. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the most important questions within this request for statement were actually question 5 and 6. But if you look at that statement, what the minister writes is actually an embarrassment. Because what he says at the end is that this matter, whose policy mandate is not within the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. So when I asked about the question on could the government consider rolling out economic recovery support measures? Economic recovery support, the president recently gave economic recovery programs for certain sectors, but he left out the tourism sector. And I thought it would be the duty of the minister to actually respond here by saying they have made a request that the people who work in the tourism sector who have suffered because they have no jobs, they are, they have been thrown out there, that they would get support just like the coffee farmers that I had the president talk about, the tea farmers and all that, which the minister does not make any effort at all to address those issues. And I think that is really, really unfortunate for a minister who actually comes from this rich tourism region.
Order, Honorable Chieng. Don't do that again, Honorable. Is that Honorable Chieng? Yeah, don't do it again. I mean, yeah, so proceed.
I want to also say this. The question on what measures is the government putting in place to enable fully vaccinated travelers into and out of the country? The minister says that this is not his mandate. Yes, we know, but he coordinates the Ministry of Tourism, and therefore he should sit with the minister in charge, the CS in charge of health, to come up with a program to vaccinate people in and out of the country. They should be at the forefront so that tourism is actually helped out of the quagmire that it is in. I have one of the questions here is what economic measures are there available to help tourism stakeholders, those who have loans they cannot pay because the tourism sector went into a slump. The hoteliers today, if you told them open because we have travelers coming in, they cannot open because they are not able to pay their tax. KRA is there because there was a slump. They cannot pay their loans, and banks have refused to reschedule, and therefore they will not have money to, they cannot pay land rates, they cannot even pay for water, they cannot pay for electricity. It is the duty of government to make a good environment for the tourism sector. But if the minister runs away and says that this is not our mandate, the minister runs away and says, talk to the Minister of Treasury, talk to Treasury about these issues. Mr. Speaker, we need to have serious people at the Ministry of Tourism. My area, my constituency, my county relies 90%. What is it, Honorable Dwale? 90%.
Speaker, with a lot of respect to Honorable Baya, these are the engagement he should have made at the committee level when the CS was present.
Mr. Speaker, the CS never came. He only brought a statement. The Honorable...
I have not finished. I have not finished. Learn the procedures. We have been here many years, 14 years. Yeah, learn. Chair, I think what he's asking is basically he's blaming the CS. I want to ask the chair, was he there during that time? And if he was not there, then the chair is saying next Thursday, if you are not satisfied, the CS will be coming. Chair, I think you was
actually, I think you have hit it. Personally, I think that statement really would be too detailed, but not satisfying at all. You know, the CS should come with numbers. When he has put these measures, did tourism numbers increase, for example? You see, there are simple things that, because we need to get out of the conservative way of marketing tourism. And I think that is something that probably we would have the member appearing before your committee on Thursday as you have asked, so that he can come and ask some of these questions and get responses there. Because it is actually not enough to put a very long statement that gives the general details. So what do you have to say there, Chair? Sports.
Mr. Speaker, I hear you. However, I must admit that when the minister was in, it was during the recess period, the Honorable Bayer never turned up. And number two...
No, let's be very clear on that, because then if that is the case, then it's Bayer who is on the wrong.
Number two...
Let's get to clarify that. When was the minister in your committee?
It was...
And whether he was invited?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
On this very same...
And Mr. Bayer, my secretariat tried to reach you, and they said that you gave an apology, you could not make it. And number two, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him partly. I know this particular minister does not respect summons from our committee, and this time he came. However, Mr. Speaker, one thing I want to appreciate, Mr. Bayer comes from Coast. The same CS comes from Coast. And here they have a caucus for tourism. Mr. Speaker, I invite him to invite his brother so that these pertinent issues they can raise together. However, Mr. Speaker,
let's not engage in other forums.
However, Mr. Speaker, on Thursday the minister is in my committee. I invite him to come and get these clarifications. I thank you.
Honorable Bayer, tell us, Honorable Bayer. Honorable Bayer, please give Honorable Bayer the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to be very categorical that I was never consulted or invited for any meeting by any officer from that committee. And I would have availed myself because I was available in this country. I would have come to, because this is important to me. But Mr. Speaker, I think this minister has been we raised another issue about Ronald Ngala. That minister never appeared. We made 10 summons to him. He never appeared to the committee to answer any question. It is tradition of him never to appear in Parliament. And I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the last, and this is arrogancy. He tells us, it is my humble submission that the above two matters, numbers 4 and 5, requires interministerial consultation and policy directives to be issued by the Minister of Health. Who is supposed to convene this meeting?
Let me tell, let's put it this way. All the vigor that you seem to display now,
yes.
Can we put it is it next Thursday or tomorrow? Next Thursday. Let's do it next Thursday.
Yeah, I'll be very happy to attend.
And you now take that as an invitation to the committee.
I will do so.
So Thursday.
But I want to put on record that this is a letdown. It is a letdown.
You will tell him
to Parliament.
You'll tell him that. You'll tell him that in that committee, and we will be able to see what comes. We've had you, Honorable Bayer. We've had you. So I think we have agreed. Thursday he will appear before the committee. I hope it is not true that the minister does not obey request to come to the committee, because then therefore we will issue summons if he doesn't. Leader, Honorable Duale, sorry.
Chair, serious, this is a house of record. The chair of the committee and the member have both confirmed that this minister does not comply with the summons of this house. It is not about where that minister comes from Coast, or he has a brother here or there. Yes, this matter has come to the floor of this house. And any minister, if the President of the Republic of Kenya is coming to address this house in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, who is this minister who is refusing? So, Mr. Speaker, in fact, it has gone on record that there is a minister who does not appear. And this has been confirmed by summons, has been confirmed other than the chair that oversight. Speaker, you now need to give us direction. You are the speaker, and maybe give the way forward on how to deal with this minister. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, let these members not look like they're lame duck. There are provisions of the Constitution on how to deal with the ministers, public and state officers. I mean, this is the problem. Let us not allow the capture of the legislature by a few ministers.
Now, on this particular one, the CS has appeared before the committee 2 weeks ago. So we really do not have a major issue to imagine that he will not appear next Thursday. The chair of the committee has confirmed that the CS will be attending and will be available on Thursday. And I believe also that what Honorable Baya is talking about is also asking for numbers, whether the tourism numbers has been going up and what numbers. Because sometimes we really need to put some of these things on record and see whether there is any result out of the policies that are being developed in the ministry. So Thursday, you appear before the committee, the CS will be there. Next order.
Order number 8, the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 26 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Health Act to enhance the functions of the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Investment Promotion Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 2 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Investment Promotion Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Office of the County Printer Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish the Office of the County Printer in each county to provide for the functions, mandate, management, and administration of the office and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Disaster Risk Management Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish the National Disaster Risk Management Authority and county disaster risk management committees to provide a legal framework for the coordination of disaster risk management activities and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bill number 20 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the county boundaries, to provide for a mechanism for the resolution of county boundary disputes, to give effect to Article 188 of the Constitution by providing for the procedure for alteration of county boundaries, to provide for the establishment of an independent county boundaries commission and for connected purposes. Order number 13, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Now, that is by the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. I do believe it's Honorable Shamala who will be doing it. You have been the one who's been asking members to summarize. I believe you are going to be of use to the House, like you have, please, if you don't mind, so that we can move. And if there are no major issues, we will be dispensing with these motions very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Hansard will bear record that I don't think I've ever spoken for more than 5 minutes unless I was moving a special motion. I will summarize. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 5th October 2021, His Excellency the President forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration and approval the notification of nomination of 2 individuals nominated for appointment as members of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And this was in accordance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011 and the relevant sections. The names of the nominees are as follows: Colonel Retired Alfred Ntweta, whose name has been misspelt in the order paper and reads M-U-T-W-E-T-A, but is M-T-U-W-E-T-A Ntwetashimba, and Dr. Monica Wanjiru Mwiru. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 42.1, the names and curricula vitae of the nominees were referred to the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for vetting and reporting to the House within the requisite time of 21 days. Mr. Speaker, on 8th October, pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution of Kenya, the Public Parliamentary Approval Act, the clerk placed an advertisement in the print media informing the public of the intention of the committee to conduct approval hearings and inviting the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oaths, and again in accordance with the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act. The clerk of the National Assembly did not receive any memoranda from the public. Mr. Speaker, sir, the clerk of the National Assembly wrote to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya Revenue Authority, DCI, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, the Higher Education Loans Help, and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, requesting for a report with respect to the nominees on matters touching on integrity, tax compliance, political affiliations, and loan repayments. The committee received clearance reports for all nominees from all the relevant bodies. The committee had various sittings, and the nominees appeared before it on 9th. The committee had various sittings, and the nominees appeared before it on 19th, before the committee on 19th October, and were vetted again in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the law. Pursuant to Section 7 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act, the committee considered various issues during the approval hearings, and the committee considered the qualifications of the nominees in accordance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011. And some of these, and I'll just highlight a few of these provisions: that they meet the requirements of Chapter 6, they hold a degree from a recognized university, and have not less than 10 years in any of the following fields, amongst others: law, leadership, economics, audit, accounting, fraud, investigation. Mr. Speaker, the disqualifications for appointment as a member of EACC are set out in Section 5.3 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, and provides, amongst others, that a person shall not be qualified for appointments as chairperson or a member if they are a governing member of a political party, undischarged bankrupt, convicted of a felony, etc. The Constitution in Constitution, in addition, sets out certain requirements regarding the appointment of persons to public office, in that the state shall take legislative and other measures to implement the principle that not more than 2/3 of the members of elective appointment bodies shall be of the same gender. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee considered the list of nominees received by the National Assembly from the appointing authority, His Excellency the President, and observed that in the notification received there was 1 man and 1 woman. If appointed, the commission will have 2 women and 3 men. Therefore, the commission will satisfy the 2/3 threshold as set out in Article 27(8) of the Constitution. The committee was expected to table its report of the approval hearing by 26th October 2021. However, the House was proceeding on recess on October 21st. In this regard, the chairperson of the committee did move a motion for the extension of the period for consideration of the nominees submitted by His Excellency the President for appointment as members of the EACC Commission by a period of 14 days from 26th October 2021. This was to ensure that the House complies with the requirements of the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee, having vetted all nominees, made the general observations. The nominees satisfy the qualifications criteria set out in the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011, Section 5(2). That none of the nominees may be disqualified on grounds set out under 5, 3, and 4 of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act. That all nominees satisfy the statutory requirements on leadership and integrity and have been cleared by all relevant authorities, such as Kenya Revenue, Criminal Investigations, and the Higher Education Loans Board. That none of the nominees has been convicted in a court of law for a criminal offense in the past 3 years, and as stipulated in Article 75(1) of the Constitution, all nominees indicated they had no potential conflict of interest. That Article 77(1) of the Constitution prohibits a full-time state officer participating in any other gainful employment, and provides that the chairperson and members of the commission, and the EAC Act provides that the chairperson and members of the commission shall serve on a part-time basis. That all nominees do not hold office in any political party, hence satisfy the provisions of the Constitution, that none of the nominees have contravened the following articles: Article 75, conflict of interest; Article 76, financial probity; Article 77, restriction activities of state officers, and therefore fit to hold offices as members of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption. All the nominees have exhibited expressive knowledge and understanding of the mandate of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I urge members to read the comprehensive report of the Committee of the Justice and Legal Affairs in order to fully appreciate and enrich the debate. I further urge members to adopt the recommendations of the committee as contained in the report. I beg to move and call upon Honourable Sir George Muragara to second. And I have taken 6 minutes as per my watch.
You actually did 6 minutes, and remember, I keep records. You had a problem with one member being referred to Excellency. You've just given Sir George. That's perfect, really, but it's okay. We will hope that you will follow in the footsteps of the the mover.
Thank you,
yes,
Mr.
and
Speaker.
I hope also the Finance Committee are looking at what you are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Believe me, I'm knighted. She has knighted me, which is good enough. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second and associate myself fully with the speech that has been made by the mover, the Honorable Jennifer Shamala, and urge the members to read the report of the committee, in which we have made a recommendation that these two be appointed to the respective positions. I beg to second.
Order. So then we will move quickly and propose that, taking into considerations the finding of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on its consideration of the nominee for appointment as member of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021, and pursuant to provisions of Section 10(3) of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011 and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Colonel Retired Alfred Tweta Mshimba and Dr. Monica Wanjiru Buriu as members of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. The members who will be speaking, let's be brief. Unless we have major issues against it, let's be brief. I'll give just a few members, and then we move to the next. Really, we have the work bill to deal with. We have other motions to deal with. Now, I'm not able to know. Let me give a few members, really. I think it would make a lot of sense. Let's have Honorable TJ, and please be brief. Honorable TJ, I know
Chair,
that you have
Mr. Speaker, sir.
I'll give a few members, really. Don't you worry.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Don't you worry. I mean, we have the anti-corruption crusaders in this House and others, and members who can. We'll give members. Those who don't have cards, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of anti-corruption commission is very important. I don't want to make it more important than the WAF bill. But issues of anti-corruption are very important in this country. We are not going to pass people here just because we don't have time or that we have appetite for other work that seems to be more appealing than this. And I'm very I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable TJ, and you know...
Mr. Speaker, with a lot of respect,
Honorable TJ, please, you know, the more you talk about other things, the fact that you've been given an opportunity is to say that you have something important to say. And I know you have.
I do.
So proceed,
Speaker,
Honorable TJ.
Let me just also tell the House that it wouldn't be proper not to hear from the chair. And in the absence of Honorable Member for Kangema, I happen to be the chair of this committee. So hearing from me...
Actually, Honorable TJ, I'm surprised that you are not the one moving it.
No, I delegated. This is the only committee that we have understood that we are all competent and we delegate functions to all members. All members are equal in this committee. But, Mr. Chair, I want to say that I think Justice and Legal Affairs should be congratulated for processing this nominee within 1 day. Within 1 day, we were able to hold the hearings and make up our minds, in fact, in the committee. And I think committees which are charged with selection, after hearings from the people who come before you, one should be able to make up his mind on the spot, even before a report is written, whether or not this person passes suitability. This is what happened, and the report, of course, follows, as a matter of fact, from the Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, these two lady and gentleman appeared before us, and they convinced us. There are members, of course, who had issues, and very rightly so, that their ethnic composition seemed to be worrying, that there are parts of this country that seems to draw more people in some of these commissions than the others. That is very reasonable. But we have left it for this floor to debate, because this question about origins and functionality of people is really a very wild card, Mr. Speaker, so that members can discuss. I also agree that we cannot have people drawn from either the shores of the lake or from the heights of the mountains or from the depths of the rift all the time and think that we are in one Kenya. I'm sure there must be a Pokomo somewhere who can also be entitled to do some of these things that people are called upon to do. But as a matter of suitability under Section 7 of the Act, these people qualify and they're suitable for the work that they have been called for. And so I support the report. I support that these people, these nominees, should be approved. But members should ventilate and say especially something about ethnic composition, about people to serve in public office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable TJ. That's well put and brief. Honorable Shabir, member for Kisumu East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that I have the honor of being the chair of the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption, and all of you are members of that particular commission, that particular caucus. What is very important in the fight against corruption is that the proposed members must be beyond reproach. What is important is that they must have a passion for fighting the corruption that has been such a major scare on our society. It is not an issue of where they particularly come from, but an issue of where their passion lies and whether they are of that ink that they are willing to put themselves in the front of the fight against corruption, whether they have been involved or have been ever even suspected of any illegal or unprofessional dealing. From that point of view, I am absolutely sure that JLAC has done its job. It is now for us to look at it and confirm the appointees, whether they are from one section or the other. Geographically is not the issue. That is where we lose the fight. We are interested in anybody who can do it, whether it's from...
I see Honorable Kolosh waving a one-finger salute. But if it is a card that is showing, welcome to the House, Q now.
So,
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you understand the passion we are speaking from, and there are many, even Honorable Duale and others, who have that passion. And even the members here, I cannot fault any. But we are saying today that thank you very much. Let's hope and pray that we can give them the support that is necessary for them to be beyond reproach and to continue their project, continue effectively. Thank you, sir.
All right, Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I pick from where Honorable TJ left, and I rise to contribute to the debate of the Departmental Committee on Justice on its report on these nominees. And I had a chance to peruse through the report of the committee and noted their recommendation. However, allow me to highlight a few issues which, in my opinion, ought to have been considered by this committee. Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, 2 commissioners resigned. They were Dr. Dabar Maalim and Rose Macharia. This Rose Macharia is not the Macharia of the mountain. She's married, but she's from Taita Taveta, because I participated in the initial vetting of this house. And that's why here today, we are appointing their replacement. One, Colonel Alfred Mutweta from Taveta, and Dr. Monica Wanjiru as the new commissioners. Mr. Speaker, looking at the recommendations of this committee, to what extent this House, and I want the House to listen to me, can we say that the dictates of Article 232 of the Constitution has been complied with? And in particular, 232(1)(h), which provides one of the values and principles of public service which apply to all state organs is that there should be the representation of the Kenyan diverse communities. That is the Constitution. It's not Honorable Duale saying it. Assuming this House approves the 2 nominees, can we say we have complied with the Constitution fully and agreed with Article 232, sub-Article 1(h)? I dare say no. Further, Mr. Speaker, Article 232(1), Roman 1 and 2 of the Constitution of Kenya provides that members of all ethnic groups should be afforded adequate and equal opportunity for the appointment in public service. That is the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. If we approve these 2 nominees, will this House be compelled or complied with the dictates of Article 232, sub-Article 1, Roman 1 and 3 of the Constitution? I dare say no. Will the fully constituted commission of EACC, Mr. Speaker, reflect a representation of all the ethnic groups, and shall we have afforded Kenyans from all types equal opportunity for appointment in this commission? I dare say no. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya calls upon this House, this august House, in making decisions to comply with the national values and principles of governance. One of the national values and principles is inclusiveness, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized communities. How come that Dr. Dabar was replaced from either the people of the Rift Valley or Western or the mountain? How can we have? And Mr. Speaker, the problem in this country is that we talk about national unity in a very deceptive way. We have a country where the president, the chief justice, the speaker of the National Assembly, the central bank governor, the commissioner general of KRA, the chief of defense forces, the attorney general come from one part of the country. This is not the Kenya that Honorable Raila Odinga, I'm sure in the Azimio like Kenya, is contemplating. And that's why we say, let us walk the talk. Let us say it the way it is. Let us not sugarcoat, and Honorable TJ has said it. Mr. Speaker, I think the manner in which EACC, before I say that, if we approve these 2 nominees, it will be contrary to Article 10 of the Constitution on national values. And this commission, if this House approve and fully constituted, then it has not complied with Article 10 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I think the manner EACC has been operating, a lot of us here will say EACC did a good job, but have we completed the war on corruption? This is the commission, and I'm told the remaining commissioners, including Archbishop Obukala, are leaving office in December when their term comes to an end. But having even said that, Mr. Speaker, on a light note, someone told me some time back, if an archbishop could not fight corruption, who are we? You know, we appointed an archbishop to head this institution. Well, we can give up. We need to revive the integrity of this country for the future of our children. We need to rethink the fight against corruption. We need to have brave men and women who can restore order in all government offices and parastatal. Mr. Speaker, and Honorable Speaker, let me say it. To this end, allow me to conclude by quoting the 16th President of the United States. Character is like a tree, and reputation is like its shadow. The shadow is what we think as the people of Kenya. The tree is the really thing. We need an ethics and anti-corruption commission that can fix both the tree and the shadow. Only then we shall have fixed the character and the reputation of our country. As of now, EACC, in my honest opinion, is limping and whining. And Mr. Speaker, we are not guests of anybody. Everybody must respect the Constitution. We are not a house that is going to rubber stamp. Contrary to Article 10 of the Constitution, I oppose, and I say somebody should go to court and challenge this on the basis of Article, if the House approves, on the basis of Article 10, on the basis of Article 232, subsection 1, Roman 1, and Roman 3.
Mr. Speaker, mimi nakubaliana sana na Mheshimiwa Duale. Lakini akumbuke wakati mimi na Mheshimiwa Kajwang tulipokuwa tuko hapa tukipinga ya kwa makabila mengine yalikuwa yanapatiwa nafasi kuliko makabila mengine, kuna baadhi hapo walikuwa wakipiga kongole. Tena walikuwa wakipiga kongole na wakiweza kusema ya kwa ni sawa. Tulikuwa, Bwana Spika, mara ngapi hapa huyu wenzangu hapa wanazungumza habari ya tuongea sasa. Waswahili wanasema ukitaka kujua jinsi ulivyonyeshewa, anza kujiuliza tone la kwanza lilikupiga wapi. Nyinyi ndio mlosababisha mtendo huu ikawa leo watu nyinyi, na lazima mkubali makosa mlioyafanya kwa Wakenya, na hamna njia nyingine isipokuwa mregee nyuma na muombe msamaha kwa Wakenya ya kuwa mliwakosea. Na njia ya kuomba msamaha ni kusema ya kuwa mnakubaliana na sisi ambao kwamba tunataka azimio la Kenya ni lipi. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, leo hapa wengine wanaanza kuongea ya kuwa baadhi ya majina, tena angalia kwa hikma zao, tena wanajua na vipengele vya katiba, vipengele ambavyo kwamba miaka yote tulikuwa tukizungumza hapa ya kwa wapwani hawapatiwi nafasi, ya kwa ndugu zetu kutoka North Eastern hawapatiwi nafasi, ya kwa ndugu zetu kutoka Luo Nyanza hawapatiwi nafasi. Leo kwa sababu imekuwa ni sawa kwa wengine, mnasahau ya kwa haya yamefika hapa kwa sababu yenu nyinyi, sio kwa sababu nyingine. Hivi sasa hivi majina yanabadilishwa katika EACC ni mawili, Bwana Spika, mawili. Nakubaliana mimi na former leader ambaye kwamba bado namtambua kama leader wangu, lakini nataka tuweze kumkumbusha haya majina mengine yote ambayo kwamba anasema ya kwa yalikuwa si katiba, yeye na wenzake ndio waliweza kuyapitisha hapa katika jumba hili. Bwana Spika, mimi tena nataka kuelezea hapa katika hili jina, mmoja wao ni Mpwani. Hili jina linalotajwa hapa, Alfred Mutweta Mshimba, ni Mpwani. Ameweza kuregesha sehemu ambayo kwamba kulikuwa kuna mwingine ni Mpwani. Mimi nauliza leo hawa wenye kulalamika, nataka wazungumze na pumzi hizo. Haya majina mengine yaliyoko hapa baada hii, kuna commission ya privatization iliyoko hapa, sioni jina la Mpwani. Mzungumze nyinyi ya kwa watolee watu wenu waekwe wetu. Tena baada hapo Kuna commission nyingine, Competition Authority of Kenya. Sioni jina la Mpwani, lakini naona makabila mengine mawili. Zungumzeni vile vile kwa hisia hizo hizo ya kwa mnataka watu wenu watolewe, waweze kuwekwa Mpwani, aweze kuwekwa Mjaluo, aweze kuwekwa kabila nyingine yote. Hii Kenya ni ya kila mtu. Kenya ni ya kila mtu. Kenya si ya mtu mmoja ama wengine. Tulipokuwa tunaongea na kukohoa hapa, tena tulikuwa tunazungumza hapa, sio katika majukwaa. Sio katika majukwaa peke yake. Tulikuwa tunaongea hapa na tukiwaambia kila siku ya kwa mnafanya makosa dhidi ya Wakenya. Bwana Spika, mimi nalikubali hili jina na tena nitakubali na Mkenya mwingine aweze kupatiwa nafasi. Hii Kenya ni ya kila mtu. Kila mtu ana nafasi.
Have the majority whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, allow me to support this report by the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. And Honorable Speaker, this is just on the simple basis that the candidates themselves, Honorable Speaker, have merited in their own right. They did not appoint themselves into this position, but there is an appointing authority which considered has come before this House, and Honorable Speaker, these people are well placed in this House. And Honorable Speaker, I wish to walk the talk of the substantive Speaker. The substantive Speaker, Honorable Speaker, he said, if you come into this House late and you are given an opportunity to speak, apologize to the chair, then you speak. I wish to refer to the former majority leader who taught me the first standing order when I came into this House. The Honorable Speaker, he has said various Kenyans, very many Kenyans he did mention, the Central Bank of Kenya governor and all others who seem to be aligned on a particular community, Honorable Speaker, that indeed I was his supporter and we voted for them in this House. We've all passed them and they are duly in their positions, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding that Aluya is not on list number 1 of ESCC, but it also appears that he is on the next group, Honorable Speaker. My good friend, I gave you time to speak. If you don't mind, let me also say. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the fact that Aluya is not on this, but he appears on the second. And Honorable Speaker, whereas I agree that, yes, let's look at the comparison in terms of the 42 or 43 tribes. But on this one, especially on the basis of this one, Honorable Speaker, it is purely aligned. And when you look at whoever has come in, immediately the predecessor has come from the coast, Honorable Speaker. And the other one has also come from the mountain, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, in my view, it's important we support this report, and also let's support while basing ourselves on the next report, Honorable Speaker. And when you look at the Privatization Commission, Honorable Speaker, I like those who are saying they are not listed on the ESCC. But when you go to Privatization Commission, Honorable Speaker, which is due to come, and without anticipating debate, Honorable Speaker, they are already captured in that. Therefore, from where I sit, Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues, let us take let's not what they have mentioned, Honorable Speaker, today, but support the report. However, Honorable Speaker, they have chance. We are only but 8 months away from election, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, let them reorganize. As we go into election, let's go and look at how are we going to mix our own Kenya into a stronger nation as one. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I support this report.
Okay, we go to the Honorable Sheikh Abdallah. You want to speak to the other one? Then it means we are going to the honorable members. We still have others. We probably will be asking the mover to respond now. Honorable Millie Odhiambo. Other members, I mean, we cannot...
thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this...
all our time. We have many other commissions coming up to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me take this chance to say I support, even though I don't know these people personally. Mr. Speaker, in supporting, I think it has been notified that when you look at the commissions in totality, we need to see whether we have the face of Kenya. Sometimes it may be difficult to see in one commission whether you have the face of Kenya. But when it is manifestly crooked, Mr. Speaker, then we need to think about it, because actually then it can be challenged. So, Mr. Speaker, I would also then just want to say that one of the things I'm happy about is that we are considering gender representation and equality, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say one thing, that even as these people are taking, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to pass them, that, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about the growing politicization on the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record on the floor of this House that the bodies that are fighting corruption are increasingly being politicized as we go towards elections. Mr. Speaker, I raised it on the floor of the House last year that the Suba North constituency was actually given an order that there is a loss of money which had not even been released, Mr. Speaker. So how can there be loss of money that has not left Nairobi to go to the constituency? Mr. Speaker, yet again, we are having a situation where the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Agency, over the same issue, is raising concerns in Suba North constituency. And Mr. Speaker, the good thing about being correct in what you do is that you will not be fearful about raising them. So I want to tell Ethics and Anti-Corruption Agency, we have thieves in this country. Go for them. Stop looking for ants where there is no issue. Mr. Speaker, I am urging the EACC that if they do not stop politicizing the fight of corruption in my constituency, then I am going to meet them in court. Nobody has sued them, but I, Millie Odhiambo Mabona, I will sue them for politicizing the fight against corruption. Me, I don't joke, I take people head on, especially because I know members, I know people in my constituency by name, the dates they have taken money, how much money they have taken. I want ethics to know that they are not the only investigative arm. I am also an investigator. So the same information they have, I have. And I will take them head on, Mr. Speaker. So even as they go to fight corruption, you cannot be telling my constituency they have stolen money which has not reached Suba North. Mr. Speaker, some of these people are crazy. I think I'm going to raise an issue next week before the floor of this House, where we are even being told that we have given money to a school which is supposedly non-existent, and the ministry has a letter the school has been in existence since 1974. Missouri Primary in Mfangano is in existence. So I want to urge Ethics and Anti-Corruption, do your work. Look for the thieves, stop harassing people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Honorable Omlele?
Honorable Speaker, looking at the mood of the House and the debate so far, would I be in order to ask that the mover be called to reply in accordance with our standing order number 95?
Well, I don't think I have a choice there. The Honorable Omlele rises on the relevant standing order. Members, take your... and requested that the mover be called upon to reply. And I put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as other opinions say aye? Aye. And as our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think that the special motion has been deliberated extensively, and with those few remarks, I beg to reply.
Very well. Honorable members, we will move to the next order because of some circumstances that will have to be, have this one considered, the question be put in the next sitting.
Order number 14, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment to the Privatization Commission.
Chair Finance, the Vice Chair Finance. What is... I know where you come from, the Honorable Nasir. When you put the one finger salute, I know it's in nostalgia. But I know you've moved. So she's moved. So let's relax, honorable members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on its consideration of nominees for appointment as members of the Privatization Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 9, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 5/1/D of the Privatization Act 2005 and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons to the Privatization Commission. 1, Dr. Edward N. Kabodhi, PhD, as a member. 2, Ms. Irene Jerry Wanyoike, as a member. 3, Ms. Serena Anyango Orata, as a member. 4, Sarah Adan Abdi, as a member. 5, CPA David J. O. Nyakango, as a member. 7, Ambassador Wellington Pakia Godo, as a member. Mr. Speaker, the Privatization Commission has not been operational for the last several years because it has not been properly constituted. There has only been a chairman and one member. So this recruitment, Mr. Speaker, will fill the space, the 6 spaces remaining, and that is why these new nominees have been recruited. Mr. Speaker, Section 5 of the Privatization Act, number 2 of 2005 provides as follows: that the Commission shall comprise of the following members: a chairman appointed by the President, B, the Attorney General, C, the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, 7 members, not being public officers, appointed by the Minister through competitive process and approved by the National Assembly by virtue of their expertise in such matters as will ensure that the Commission achieves its objectives and purpose. The other member is the Executive Director. Mr. Speaker, with the declaration of the 6 vacancies, the Board of Privatization Authority, following the expiry of the term of directors, the board was unable to discharge its mandate effectively as it has been currently constituted, with only the chairman as Honorable Dr. Paul Otuoma and one member, Mr. John Joseph Tito, and that necessitated the filling up of the spaces for the 6 other directors. In light of this, the CS for the National Treasury nominated Dr. Kobodhi, Irene Jerry Wanyoike, Serene Anyango Orata, Sarah Adan Abdi, CPA David Nyakango, and Ambassador Wellington Pakia Godo, for appointment as members of the Privatization Commission of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning was assigned the role of conducting the vetting of the nominees as mentioned above, according to its mandate. Mr. Speaker,
in assessing and vetting the nominees.
The honorable member for Roysambu, just hold on. The honorable TJ, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, they knew themselves what in other quarters I would have called the usual suspects. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not in order for members to be between you and the Speaker. But they have rectified, so I'll let it be.
No, you're absolutely right. The Honorable TJ Kajwang, the Honorable Kolosh today seems to be in a very bullish mood for some reason. He seems to be quite agitated. I don't know what it is that but proceed. Member for Roysambu, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I will only say that the nominees have been vetted by the National Assembly, and the invitations for memoranda was placed with the newspapers to afford Kenyans public participation, and that no adverse memoranda were sent. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the nominees have been found to be qualified according to the requirements of the Act and pursuant to the provisions of our standing orders. And therefore, in compliance with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Mr. Speaker, the nominees have been found to be in conformity, both in qualification and prudence. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this House requests and urges members to vote and to recommend and to support the recommendations of our committee in supporting Dr. Edward Kabudho, Ms. Irene Wanyoike, Mrs. Serena Orata, Mr. Sarah Abdi, CPA David Nyakango, and Ambassador Wellington Godo as members of the Privatization Commission, and having considered the suitability and capacity and the integrity of the nominees, and pursuant to Section 8(2) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, number 33 of 2011, the committee recommends that the National Assembly approves the nomination and subsequent appointment of the 6 nominees to the position of the Director of the Board of Privatization Commission. And in supporting Mr. Speaker, I wish to invite the Honorable Gishuhi to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Gishui.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to associate myself with the report on Privatization Commission on the nominees, and I wish to state that they are all qualified. The issue of gender balance, regional balance was observed, and the same was complied with. I therefore wish to second.
We seem to be moving very well, honorable members. So then I propose the question, which is that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on its consideration of the nominees for appointment as members of Privatization Commission, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 9, 2021, and pursuant to provisions of Section 5(1)(d) of the Privatization Act 2005 and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approvals Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons to the Privatization Commission. 1, Dr. Edward N. Kobudhi, PhD. Irene Njeri Wanyoike, 2. 3, Celine Onyango Orata. 4, Mr. Salah Adan Abdi. 5, Mr. CPA actually CPA David J.O. Nyakongo, and 6, Ambassador Wellington Pakia Godo. We'll start with the Honorable Fatuma. I don't know why it's reading here Fatuna, but it is Fatma Gedi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I want to take the opportunity to thank the committee for the job well done. Mr. Speaker, reading and looking at the report, indeed, and listening also to the mover and the seconder, that the nominees before us are all qualified. There is a regional balance. There is issue of gender that have been considered. Mr. Speaker, I must say this, and Honorable Abdisamad, there's something you're saying that is not good. Even Somalis have a right. But I know you love Somalis and they're your voters, and you've helped them in Vita constituency, and I can be a witness that you're sitting here to support the nominees. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, one Salah Adan Abdi comes from Wajir County. I want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President and the Minister for Finance for giving this young man the opportunity to serve in this privatization commission. Looking at his education background, Mr. Speaker, he has a master's degree and Bachelor of Human Resource Management from Kenyatta University. Mr. Speaker, of course, from marginalized and minorities communities, and from Northeastern and Wajir. It's a great honor, Mr. Speaker, because getting people from those areas really who have such wonderful experience and qualification, Mr. Speaker, are very rare. And Mr. Speaker, this is a person who has served as a CEC in the last county government of Wajir. They have, but they are very also rare. My former leader.
Let's not exchange on the floor, really. I mean, let's give
it's a honor, Mr. Speaker. It's a honor.
Let's give Honorable Gedi time to, summarize whatever she's giving. Really, if anybody has a different opinion, we will give them opportunity to say.
Mr. Speaker, of course, my point I was taking home is he served as a CEC finance in Wajir County. Under his docket is when Wajir has really transformed. Wajir was in the map for being #1. So it's one person that I know who will deliver and who is passionate for whatever he will be given. So, and also Mr. David, who is also who I know, Nyangango, he's also one person I know that he's going to take this responsibility seriously, and he will serve with passion and diligence, Mr. Speaker. With that few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge also the House to support these nominees since they're all qualified, looking at their qualifications. There is regional balance. There is also issue of gender that have been, as a woman, I'm very happy, and I want to congratulate one Celine Orata for this position, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We go to the member for Mukurweini. Is it working? But let's try it and see.
Yes, it is. It is. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the report. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the appointment of these members to the Privatization Commission is timely, given that it has been operating without the required number of members. Mr. Speaker, When I look at the report tabled by the Finance Committee, I want to say that I have no doubt that the Finance Committee is competent to do its work, and having received no adverse report on any of the appointees, then it means that these people are ready to work for our country. They are competent, and they are the right persons to fill up those positions. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the list represents the face of Kenya. These are people who have been appointed by the minister by virtue of their expertise. And I want to say that the members who have been appointed in this committee are quite competent in their own areas of specialization. Mr. Speaker, in particular, I'm more interested in Madam Irene Jerry Wanyoike, who comes from Mukurweini. I have known her for many, many years. This is a lady who has served this country with diligence. This is a lady who has served this country quite well. This is a lady who has impeccable qualifications. Having served before in the Commission on Cohesion, I have no doubt that she brings in a wealth of experience in this privatization commission. She has served in other high-profile jobs. She has all along been a public servant, and I believe that Madam Irene will serve diligently in this commission. Particularly also, it's good to point out that when she served in the Cohesion Committee, she left very high standards. She left an indelible mark, and I believe that with her wealth of experience, she's going to serve this commission diligently. More particularly, I also want to congratulate her for having secured this slot. As a member of parliament for Mukurweini, and as a daughter of Mukurweini, I want to congratulate her. I support.
Yes, we have the member for Luanda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I want to support this, the report of the Finance Committee. But having said that, Speaker, I just want to bring to the attention of this House that the members who are being appointed today are going to serve on a part-time basis. And Speaker, my concern is, when you look at the work that this commission is supposed to do in this country, and looking at where this country is coming from, considering that this country is weighed down with a huge debt load in this country, and we need to privatize. We have a lot of state corporations, state assets that need to be privatized. And there's a whole process that needs to be undertaken for that process to come to fruition. And then these members are going to serve on part-time basis. Maybe this House, in time, should consider to review the parents' statute so that the members of this particular commission may be able to serve on a permanent basis. And having said that also, and speaking to the same point, Speaker, it is a matter of concern that the chair of this particular commission his term will be coming to termination, I think by the end of this month or within the next 30 days. So we are going to end up hamstrung again. And I think it is incumbent upon the appointing authority to move with speed so that this commission can be enabled. This commission has not functioned for the longest time. But these people who have been appointed here, Speaker, I have interacted with this report, and these people are quietly, and I want to say, they are very competent. Let us give them this work. Thank you, Speaker.
We probably would finish it very quickly. So then, Honorable Nasir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at the names
Don't you worry, Honorable Sankoki will be next.
I'm looking at
so prepare your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the names that are here, and I want to, in particular, point out the name of Salah Aden Abdi. And I want this to be something that every single Kenyan out there can be able to take note. That it does not matter where you're from, but with your hard work, you can be able to be something in this country. And this is not commission, the Privatization Commission is no mean commission, Mr. Speaker. It is about privatizing state corporations and entities that belong to the government. And Saleh Aden Abdi, who originates from Wajir and was the CC for education for finance in Wajir, is the right person, to be able, and I want to congratulate him and the others as well, and I'm sure that they will definitely be making us proud. And my sister, when she was right when she was saying, I was asking about Somali, yes, I do have a huge number, and Mvita constituency is very cosmopolitan, Mr. Speaker. Every single person who resides anywhere in Kenya, somehow or the other, finds their roots in Mvita and Mombasa County. So I'm proud to represent a very, very cosmopolitan society.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And for the sake of the pastoralists who appear in this list, I will support Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, I want to request the House to consider, because there is a trend that is developing in which we no longer consider persons with disabilities in our appointments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have seen lists coming to this House. I am even more interested in contributing to the next one, but I wanted to contribute to this one just because there is this trend of not including persons with disability as per Article 54 of our Constitution in the appointments that have been made in the recent past. I urge this House to be rejecting any other appointment that does not include persons with disability, because that is our Constitution. I'm interested in the next one.
Honorable Mwangi Mburu, member for Lari.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the nominees. The committee did a good job. I think they have considered all the diversities. They have considered the tribal balances and regional balances. And I'm sure that those people will deliver in this privatization committee. Although it is part-time, as our Speaker has said, and they don't have to work full-time, but I'm sure they will deliver to their mandate. And with those few remarks, I really support the work of the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Doyo.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much. From the outset, I join my colleagues who are hailing the composition that reflects regional balance in this privatization commission, and that is reflective of the dictates of our Constitution. So it is something that we have to praise the committee together with the appointing authority for coming up with these names. But Honorable Speaker, stepping back a bit, I'm perturbed that when it comes to this matter, people are very happy that at least there is regional balance. Some of our political persuasions in this House have been given an opportunity in the recent past, and they quickly retreat to their ethnic cocoons and get people from their ethnic inclinations to take up jobs in government. Yet no one has raised a finger over this imbalance. So if this is the trend that we are going to develop as a House, then regional balance must form an integral part of any suitability for qualifications in government jobs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I come from the Sugar Belt. And when this privatization commission was birthed, the main idea was to have sugar companies, together with other non-performing government entities, to be privatized so that we do not continue to see wastages and pilferages and financial impropriety that has permeated the systems for way too long. When this came into being more than 3 years ago, Honorable Speaker, us from the Sugar Belt region had a lot of hopes that for once our sugar matters will be addressed. Honorable Speaker, it is long since sugar companies such as Muhoroni, Chemelil, Zoea, Sony, and other government sugar millers made any profit. Yet private companies continue to rake in lots of revenues with a very expanded revenue streams, including manufacture of power, which was hitherto done by Mumia's Sugar Company. So, Honorable Speaker, if this privatization commission will be in place in a few days to come, I would suggest that these sugar companies that have been the livelihoods of so many people would then be quickly privatized so that for once they can reclaim their lost glory. But it is more disturbing that private entities do better than government agencies. Is it because we appropriate funds for them even when they do not make any profits? Or do we need to inject a new impetus in terms of personnel? These are areas that we need to quickly consider as the Privatization Commission takes shape in few days to come. And for that, I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
What is it, the Honorable Shamala?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise under Order 95 that the mover be called on to reply. I think it has been sufficiently debated, this particular issue.
Well, it's very difficult for me to gauge the mood of the House in any other way other than putting a question to that. So, honorable members, the Honorable Jennifer Shamala rises on the floor under the relevant standing order and requests that the mover be called upon to reply. Now, and I put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. And as of our contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. So we have the mover, please reply. Order members, I hear the two members up there. You will be considered in the next one. Please, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank members for supporting this motion and for applauding the consideration by the committee that many regions have been considered in the nomination and that Jeddah has also been considered. I also want to assure them that this committee has recommended that the Act also be amended to increase the term of service of directors of the Board of Privatization Commission to 6 years and to make the board full-time. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well. We also are not going to put the question until the next sitting. So next order.
Order number 15, special motion, consideration of nominees for appointment to the Competition Authority of Kenya.
That's again the chairperson, Committee on Finance and Planning. Let's keep the spirit, please. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning in its report on its consideration of nominees for appointment as members of the Competition Authority of Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 10, Paragraph 2 of the Competition Act 2010, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons to the Competition Authority of Kenya. 1, Ms. Rina Munuve as a member. 2, Ms. Arome K. Ashayo as a member. 3, Dr. David Wanyonyi Wanyama as a member. And finally, number 4, Mr. Abdi A. Mohammed as a member. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 42, the Speaker of the National Assembly on the 7th October communicated to the House a message from the CS National Treasury regarding nominees for appointment to positions of directors of the Board of Competition Authority of Kenya in accordance with Standing Order 42.3c. Names of the nominees together with the curriculum vitae were referred to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning to conduct approval hearings. And Mr. Speaker, in compliance with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advert on the print media on Saturday, 9th October 2021, and invited members of the public to submit memoranda by written statements under oath on the suitability of the nominees in conformity with Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. And by close of submission deadline, the committee had not received any memorandum contesting the suitability of the nominees. So, Mr. Speaker, 4 posts of the Director of the Board of Competition Authority of Kenya fell vacant, and after the expiry and pursuant to Section 10(1)(f) of the Competition Act 2010, the Minister, the CS, National Treasury, and Planning submitted the 4 names to us for vetting and approval. Mr. Speaker, the nominees appeared before the committee on Friday, 22nd October, for the approval hearings, where the committee examined their suitability based on criteria set out in the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, and the nominees were interviewed, and the academic credentials, relevant experience, and knowledge of sector issues, leadership, and integrity verified. And based on their performance during the vetting exercise, this committee made the following general observations: that there was regional balance in the nominations, given that all the 4 nominees come from different counties, one from Nyeri and the other from Nairobi, Bungoma, and Madera counties. That there was gender balance in the nominations, because 2 of them are male, the other 2 are female. The nominating authority submitted the report of the interviewing panel that conducted the interviews for the nominees, and hence the committee was able to ascertain that the interview process was competitive. All nominees have been cleared by the KRA on tax compliance, HELB, EACC, DCI, and Office of the Registrar of Political Parties on membership to political parties. And the Competition Authority Act number 12 of 2010 did not provide the process for appointment, the minimum academic qualifications, and years of experience required to appoint one as a director of the Competition Authority of Kenya. Hence, this committee is asking that we legislate further to provide for the process of appointment. Mr. Speaker, the committee has vetted the individuals and found them fit, and having considered their suitability, capacity, and integrity, and pursuant to Section 8(2) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, the committee recommends that the National Assembly approves the nomination and subsequent appointment of the 4 nominees to the position of directors of the Board of Competition Authority of Kenya. That this committee also recommends that the Competition Act 2010 be amended to outline the process of appointing members of the board and specific minimum academic and professional qualifications and the minimum number of years of experience thereof. That the act be amended to increase the term of service of directors of the Competition Authority of Kenya to 6 years and to make the board full-time. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honourable Member for Tetu to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Tetu.
For the opportunity given to me. Mr. Speaker, let me appreciate the work of the committee, and without hesitation, also, I would like to congratulate the nominees for this authority, and particularly the one Lena Monuve, who comes from my constituency, Mwingi West. Mr. Speaker, I know her as a very competent person who has worked in private sector many times, Mr. Speaker, and she has delivered exemplary performance in all the institutions she has worked on. Mr. Speaker, this authority must ensure there is enough protection of consumers from their rights being abused by the unscrupulous traders and people who are really offering their services and product. Mr. Speaker, the other issue the committee has to, the authority has to address is the mergers and acquisition, Mr. Speaker. Let them be fair, and I don't have much to say, Mr. Speaker, since the appointment has been based on gender balance and other regional issues, Mr. Speaker. I support the appointment of these nominees. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Abdullahi Sheikh, member for Mandera North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank the committee for doing a very good job in producing a very good report on the vetting and subsequent appointment of these 4 Kenyans to fill in the positions of board directors in the Competition Authority. Honorable Speaker, these 4 positions are the result of the expiry of other directors that have quit the authority itself. And that tells you that, and I'm sure there could be a number of authorities or commissions that will have people who will quit. But at the same time, I will still urge the government to ensure that those who leave, then we ensure that Kenyans are also absorbed to the same commissions or authorities so that work can continue. Honorable Speaker, one of the nominees is Mr. Abdi Ali Mohammed, is from my constituency. And I can confirm on rather vouch that he is a very hardworking gentleman and who is equal to the task to serve as a board member of the Competition Authority, together with other nominees. And I can assure you that together with his team, once this House approves, which I plead with the House to ensure that this, the nominees are approved, they will help the Competition Authority to ensure that Kenyans are not cheated, Kenyans are not taken for a ride, because this Competition Authority is a very critical authority in ensuring that the interests of Kenyans are taken care of. So I want to urge the House, and when I look at the entire report, I can see the issue of gender balance is well taken care of. The issue of regional representation is also well taken care of. I can confirm that. So I want to urge the entire House to, and plead with them to approve these 4 nominees, taking cognizance of the fact that one of the nominees, Mr. Abdi Ali Mohammed, comes from my constituency, and I again say that he's a hard worker and a go-getter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mboko Kamis, member for Likoni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nikiunga mkono uteuzi wa Wakenya 4 ikiwemo kina mama 2 na kina baba 2. Na nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais, na niseme hii ndio iwe mtindo ya kwamba tunakuwa na 50% kwa 50 kwa kina baba na kina mama katika uteuzi. Mamlaka hii ni mamlaka muhimu sana kwa sababu italinda wale wanunuzi ama kwa Kiingereza consumers. Na pia itaangalia kuweka njia ya usawa katika mambo ya biashara na mambo ya soko, kwa sababu kwa wakati mwingine tunaona kunakuwa na mvutano katika mambo ya biashara ama soko, haswa kama hapa Kenya tumewahi kuona ushindano wa Airtel na Safaricom. Kwa hivyo mamlaka hii ni mamlaka muhimu sana ambayo itaweza kusawazisha kuwe na ushindani ambao ni ushindani mzuri wa kuweza kuendeleza biashara na masoko kwa njia ya usawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwenzangu mmoja amezungumzia swala la ndugu zetu walemavu, na mimi pia nataka kutia mkazo ya kwamba wakati tunafanya uteuzi, Mheshimiwa Rais, wafikirie sana hawa ndugu zetu walemavu. Jambo jingine nataka niseme ya kwamba ni wakati mwafaka Mheshimiwa Rais hivi sasa lazima upige darubini, uangalie, je, jamii ambazo zimekuwa chache katika uteuzi katika sekta zetu za umma ama sekta za kiserikali zitapatiwa kipaumbele. Unapofanya hivyo, tutaweza kuwa na usawa ule tunaozungumzia katika katiba yetu. Tutakuwa na usawa kwa kina mama, usawa wa kijamii na usawa wa sehemu zile zote za taifa la Kenya. Nasema hivyo kwa sababu najua mpaka sasa kuna jamii ambazo uwakilishi wao katika sekta za kiserikali, katika nafasi zile za kuweka maamuzi katika serikali, uwakilishaji wao bado ni mchache. Hivyo basi tuweze kuwapatia kipao mbele jamii kama ya Waturukana, jamii kama ya Wadorobo, jamii ya Wamijikenda, Wabajuni, jamii hata ambazo nyingine zinatoka kule kaskazini wa kusini, jamii pia ya Wamasai na Wasamburu. Tuweze kuangalia jamii hizi ambazo bado ni chache katika sehemu za kufanya maamuzi ama katika sekta za umma, zitaweza kupatiwa kipao mbele. Na hili litawezekana iwapo tutakuwa na takrimu mahsusi za ukweli za kuonyesha tunafanya vipi ama tunatekeleza vipi katiba yetu ambayo tuliipigia upato ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba kutakuwa na uwakilishaji ambao utachukua sura ya Kenya, na tutakuwa na uwakilishaji ambao tutaweza kusawazisha yale historia zile za nyuma ambazo kulikuwa na jamii zilizotengwa ama zile jamii ambazo ni chache. Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka nikushukuru pia kwa ile tume ya ubinafsishaji, lakini niwaambie tu wale makamishna, tafadhali bandari ya Mombasa isifanyiwe ubinafsishaji. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu, na nataka niseme kwa wakati huu kina mama nafikiri tumepata mavuno katika uteuzi. Mtindo ubaki huo huo Mheshimiwa Rais, kina mama tuwe mbele katika nyanja za uongozi sawia na kina baba, sambamba katika maamuzi na sambamba katika kujenga taifa la Kenya. Naunga mkono mswada huu kwa sababu walioteuliwa wote katika tajriba ya kielimu wamefuzu, katika tajriba ya uzoefu wa kazi wamefuzu, pia katika sura ya 6 ya katiba hawana jinai wala pia hawana makosa ya uhalifu. Hatukuona memorandamu yoyote ambayo imewapatia kashifa ama imesema hawa walioteuliwa wana makosa fulani. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono 100%. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Honorable Nur Sofia, member for Ijara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance. Equally, I want to congratulate the committee for their wonderful report on nominating the 4 members. And I want to say that they did a very wonderful job. And personally, I do not know any of the members who have been nominated, the nominees, but I want to congratulate the nominees. What I hear and what I understand from the report presented to this House is that there are people who have integrity, who have done a lot of good job for this country, and it is for us to stand up and support them at this time, Mr. Speaker. Because once you do good job for this country, then you are there to continue doing that good job for this country. And we want to say that we are supporting the report because of what we are told, that these are people who have really worked, who have really done marvelous job in different capacity in this country. The other thing that I'm standing up to support is because of the gender balance, regional face of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the report of the committee. Thank you.
The Honorable Dr. Umbaka, member for Siaya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm a member of this committee, and we vetted these nominees very, very well. First of all, they were all very, very good. It was very difficult to know who can be considered here. All of them really were up to date, well educated, highly experienced, and they're very, very eloquent. I want to say that it was very difficult to decide who really takes a position here. And I just want to say that I support it because we did our best, and the nominees are the best we can get in this country. Thank you.
The Honorable Obo Mohamed, member for Lamu.
Bwana Spika, na mimi naunga mkono waliochaguliwa. Naona kuna sura ya Wakenya. Na pia nashukuru rais, hizo commissioners zingine wamekuwa mtu wa Pwani, wamekuwa mtu wa muungano wetu wa upya. Lakini naomba saa ingine ikitokea kwa upya safari hii iwe ni Lamu, na ikitokea Upwani iwe ni mtu wa Lamu. Asante Bwana Spika.
The Honorable Ongera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity so that I may contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and let me from the onset thank the committee for coming up with a very balanced list in terms of what my colleagues have said that I also support in terms of regional balancing, gender considerations. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that now that we have the Competition Act, which Mr. Speaker repealed the Restrictive Trade Practices Act, I'm very glad that now we have an authority in place so that we can now have them set the practice of ensuring that competition in trade or in businesses does not actually kill this country. So that, Mr. Speaker, there can be a balance between those who are the merchandise, the so-called very rich and the very poor. There will be a balance in between. Mr. Speaker, particularly, I hope that this commission, once they set up themselves in office, they will look at issues, particularly trade practices. And I have in mind, Mr. Speaker, where like in the airports, having been an executive director of the airports for some time, Mr. Speaker, I know that there is a lot that requires streamlining, particularly bad practices, where you find that duty-free shops, for example, Mr. Speaker, are allocated to one person en masse who has come under small other trading names, but in reality it's one person who is running that business. Mr. Speaker, this practice is terrible because so many merchants who would have wanted to participate in selling duty-free commodities in this country have not been given the chance, and it has been a monopoly of the very rich. Mr. Speaker, also, I have in mind of other trade practices which are very repulsive, Mr. Speaker, particularly the question of Airtel, somebody mentioned here, in Safaricom, whereby they have been in stiff competition, and perhaps, Mr. Speaker, a remedy can be found. Mr. Speaker, there are other cases like the Korochi Industries, which we know, Mr. Speaker, are being muzzled, and yet these are local businesses. When we know that Kenya Breweries is spending a lot of money in fighting businesses that are homegrown and run even by women. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this authority will be some of the things they look at, and I'm very happy, particularly to see that there have been 2 ladies who have been nominated and 2 men. This kind of balance of 50% is what we need. With this, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you.
Very well spoken, the Honorable Ongera. We have spoken to that, a provision in that act where it provides that some of these businesses can be declared as dominant, and they might mutate in different formats so that they present themselves as a multiplicity of businesses, yet they are the same. Very well spoken. The Honorable Duale, member for Garissa Township.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I don't want to dwell much on the nominees. I have said mine. Every nominee list that brought to this House must comply with Article 10 of the Constitution, must comply with Article 232, Sub-Article 1, Roman 1 and 3. But, Mr. Speaker, the elephant in the room, the men and women we are appointing to the Competition Authority have a single function based on the Competition Act of 2010, that they must investigate they must control and they must evaluate restrictive business practices, abuse of dominant positions, and deal with the mergers of big companies in order to achieve what? In order to achieve equity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the Competition Authority of Kenya, in line with the Act and powers given to it, must promote, must protect, and create an effective competition within the market structure in our country. And they must deal with restrictive trade practices. They must deal with controls and dominance, acquisitions, and concentrations of economic power in the hands of very few. The Speaker, this is a time that we must say that companies like Safaricom enjoy dominant monopolistic tendencies. Why do I say so, Mr. Speaker? And there's a bill here in this House which is not moving. This bill was brought by the member for GEM. And I want to challenge the House Business Committee. There are two bills that are not moving. One is the one by the member for GEM in amending the Communication, Kicker Act. The other one is a bill by the member for Nambale, Honorable Bunyasi, in creating a debt committee of this House and a debt department within the National Treasury. Those two bills are here for 2 years. Let me pick the one for Mheshimiwa member for GEM. That Safaricom cannot enjoy to run M-Pesa, for example. That in terms of deposits and withdrawal is equivalent to the third-tier company, third-tier banks in our country. And they are not running M-Pesa within the ambit of the Central Bank of Kenya Act. They can't use the telecommunication license given to them by CAK to run a banking and financial institution functions, Mr. Speaker. They can't have their cake and eat it. Safaricom is known, just like Vodafone, just like Airtel. Their function is a telecommunication provider, whether it is voice, data. But Mr. Speaker, this House must rise to the occasion and make sure the service they provide is so important, is a milestone, is something that the Kenya as a country is proud of M-Pesa. But we cannot have M-Pesa to be regulated under the Telecommunication Act. M-Pesa must fall within the Central Bank of Kenya Act. M-Pesa of Safaricom must be under the Financial Reporting Center. They must fall within the Anti-Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act that formed the Financial Reporting Center. But Mr. Speaker, just because in all successive governments, those who are in the House at the Hill have a shareholding, and they transfer that shareholding from President Moi to President Kibaki to President Uhuru, and maybe to President Ruto or President Raila.
The Honorable Duale, I think now we are going on dangerous tangent. We withdraw that one unless we have a substantive motion on those names that we have named. Just withdraw that bit. So
Mr. Speaker, I think in accordance with the standing order, you should have asked me whether I have evidence to table, not to withdraw. You know, you asked me. And Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable Duale.
But Mr. Speaker, for now I comply with your direction.
Yes.
That I will withdraw that. But my point was, Mr. Speaker, companies that enjoy dominant and monopolistic tendencies contrary to the Competition Authority Act. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is, Safaricom cannot use their telecommunication license to run a bank. M-Pesa is a bank. M-Pesa must comply with the CBK Act M-Pesa must comply with the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Crime Act. M-Pesa, Mr. Speaker, must be subjected.
The Honorable Dwale, just hold on. The Honorable Abdullahi Sheikh seems to have a point that he needs to.
Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Dwale is not in order for him really to castigate a legitimate business. We are not discussing Safaricom or Airtel. And trying to victimize a legitimate business, which is not a substantive bill or motion here, is really not fair. So I think if there's a bill or something that is in the offing, the members can discuss, but using the opportunity to castigate a legitimate business in bad light is not fair.
I agree with you entirely. The Honorable Dwale, I think you are contributing to the competition authority membership, and you are trying to point them in a direction in the way they should, the inquiries they should have. The matters that you seem to be elucidating are matters that would ordinarily make a case that has been placed before that tribunal. Once we give them, we compile it. So I think you are actually prosecuting matters that would ordinarily be prosecuted before that tribunal if such a case was presented before them. So the Honorable Abdullahi is absolutely right.
Chair, I can say it without fear of any contradiction. There is no tribunal called Competition Authority. The functions of the Competition Authority, and I have stated it earlier, is to deal with restrictive business practice, dominance, mergers, and I've picked on a number of companies that, in my opinion, these nominees must deal with. And I'm not holding brief. If you're holding brief for Safaricom, that is your issue. I'm holding brief for the people of Garissa Township and the people of Kenya in line with the Competition Act.
The Honorable Dwale, I will not allow you to denigrate.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying they are to protect consumers. The people who use consumers,
The Honorable Dwale, I've already directed that you are not going to denigrate a company that is trading in this country, and you have not brought a substantive motion to deal with it. Let us be fair. If I came here and I started talking about negative things about you, you would rise up. So Safaricom is a person that is known to the law of Kenya, that if you have an issue with it, and you wish to bring it before the House, you have liberty. You know how to do it, the Honorable Dwale. Let us pass these members, and if there's an issue that needs to go before that commission, then you can take it there. But before this House, today what is before this House, and what we are debating, you have actually gone off tangent, the Honorable Dwale. Kindly limit yourself to what is before the House. The Honorable Majority Whip. What is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in addition to the guidance you've given, is the Honorable Member for Garissa Town, in order to debate the bill which is substantively before the House elsewhere, not the one which we are debating. Because, Honorable Speaker, what he's mentioning are actually the articles in the bill which is before the House by the Honorable Elisha of Game. Is he in order, Honorable Speaker?
You're absolutely right, the Minority Whip. The Honorable Dwale, just limit yourself to what is before the House, and we make.
Chair, I will follow your guidance because you have to do it, but I don't know how you draw a line between discussing the nominees and not the act and the functions and the investigative powers of the Competition Authority. I have been around for some time, but if that is the direction you will take, I have made my comments. I stand by them today, tomorrow, and I support.
The Honorable Shamala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise under Order 95 for closure of debate But before I state that, I wish to I did hear the Honorable Duale say that there is no competition tribunal in Kenya. There is a competition tribunal. It is established under the Competition Act number 12 of 2010. And with those few remarks, I beg that the mover be called to reply.
The Honorable Shamala, you started well, but the moment you made your contribution, then the earlier one under 95 cannot be allowed. So I will then now move on to the Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you so much because Honorable Shamala was almost closing me out, but being a mono, she knocked herself out of technicalities, and I thank God for having a mono, having tried to close the debate. Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Sankok, there are no monos in the House. They are honorable members of equal standing, all of them.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I withdraw and apologize. You know, I'm their chairman. I'm the chairman of all newcomers and all the nominated members of Parliament. She also understands. So, Honorable Speaker, I do support the nominees to the Competition Authority of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, and first of all, there is gender balance. There is 2 honorable ladies and 2 honorable gentlemen. So, Honorable Speaker, there is a balance in terms of gender. But, Honorable Speaker, I'd raise a very important and pertinent issue of a trend that is happening in this House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have forgotten completely Article 54 of our Constitution, that we need to have also persons with disability included in some of these appointments, Honorable Speaker, because they also do business. And when they do business, Honorable Speaker, when we have a very important authority like this one that deal with competition, there is a lot of unfair competition against persons with disabilities, Honorable Speaker, because some of these persons with disability with businesses, they are deaf, they can't hear, they can't really compete favorably with the rest, Honorable Speaker. This was a very important authority that should have had persons with disability. Some of us, when we are taking our merchandise to the market, Honorable Speaker, it will be very difficult because we can't carry and we have to employ so many people along the chain, Honorable Speaker. So the competition ground is not very favorable for persons with disability. This Competition Authority of Kenya could have been very important and very instrumental if it had a person with disability because according to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, nothing about us without us. In terms of business, it is also about us as persons with disabilities, so we needed to be there. But I support, hoping in future the House will really consider, even sometimes showing the executive that Article 54 of our Constitution exists, that when a list is brought and persons with disability are not there, then we shoot it down just as a signal to the executive that persons with disability exist, and there is the article that protects the inclusion in our socio-economic development of our country, especially in appointive and nominative positions. Honorable Speaker, I know most of the nominees in persons, Honorable Speaker. Ms. Lena Munuve is a very good lady who is very competitive, Honorable Speaker. And the rest, and even David Wanyonyi Wanyama is a very good person, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure is very competitive to take up this position. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Abdi Mohammed is a contractor, and I'm not sure of his capacity, and I'm sure even during the vetting, because I had to go through the vetting notes, Honorable Speaker, he didn't perform as well as the rest, but he comes from the constituency of Honorable Major Bashir. So Honorable Major Bashir, having supported him, I'm very sure that he will guide him and give him enough tutorials so that he can also catch up with the rest, so that this Competition Authority of Kenya is up to speed and will do what we intend them to do. Honorable Speaker, you know, when it comes to competition, business competition, and that is what Honorable Ndwale was trying to raise, and this is what they are supposed to do. Sometimes when we have monopolistic companies, Honorable Speaker, I cannot mention names, Honorable Speaker, but prices goes up, Honorable Speaker. And sometimes when they monopolize the market, they see as if it is their right, and they can set their prices at very high cost, Honorable Speaker, to the detriment of the common citizen. Honorable Speaker, see Kenya Power at the moment, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure if we bring competition in terms of Kenya Power, Honorable Speaker, and that there are also other players, private players, producing hydroelectric power or whatever power they can produce, even solar power, Honorable Speaker, you will see our electricity bills going down, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have in mind when it was only Safaricom, and I'm sorry to mention it, when it was the only one that was in the field, Honorable Speaker, it was charging almost 76 shillings per minute. I bought a SIM card from Safaricom at 2,500 shillings. But when it was open up for competition, you can see now that we can even be given a SIM card free of charge. The airtime now for calling is 1 shilling per minute, Honorable Speaker. So when you open it up, I remember when there was no legal framework on the importation of boda, Honorable Speaker, we used to buy a motorcycle at 1 million. But nowadays, Honorable Speaker, motorcycle, because of that competition being open so that we can be able to import motorcycle, is now an industry called boda, employing millions of youth, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure even Kenya Airways, Honorable Speaker, we have created laws to monopolize the market. We are forcing citizen, public servant, employed by the government to travel using Kenya Airways in and outside our borders, Honorable Speaker. Yet they still make losses, Honorable Speaker. Yet we have some small airlines that they are not having a customer base like KQ, which have a customer base of government officials. They actually get their customers like Matatus, Beba, Honorable Speaker, but they still make profits like Fly 540, Honorable Speaker, for instance, and Silverstone and the rest, Honorable Speaker. But when this competition authority of Kenya come into play, it should actually open up. If government officers want to travel with KQ, well and good. If they want to travel with any other airline, as far as it's a Kenyan airline that is employing Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, it will be well and good, and you will see the prices coming down and the efficiency in terms of that services will be increased, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, this is the work that they are supposed to do, and I want just to advise them that you have a heavy work ahead of you. I also want to urge them that let them also consider, in terms of competition, advising the government on some tax reprieve for businesses owned by persons with disability, because they have to overcome certain challenges to be able to do business. You see hawkers with disabilities, Honorable Speaker, for them to be able to move from point A to point B, sometimes they need transporters, porters, and they also need to pay sometimes triple their transport fee or fares from one point to another one. Because if you are on a wheelchair, you have to pay for yourself, you have to pay for the wheelchair, you have to pay for somebody who will go and push you and assist you to go and sell your merchandise in Kikomba, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so they will also have to have a lens on how we can empower persons with disability in terms of businesses, because according to our motto nowadays is that persons with disability seek opportunities, not sympathy. So we are no longer beggars, we seek those opportunities, and sometimes the competition ground is not level. So if they can have that lens in their endeavor to make sure that there is a good competition, and if possible, there will be some tax reprieve for businesses owned by persons with disability. It will really assist a lot. And again, Honorable Speaker, lastly, it should actually make sure that our businesses, Kenyan-owned businesses, are protected, so that as we welcome investors who will create employment for us, who will pay taxes in this country, Honorable Speaker, they also protect our own homegrown businesses so that they can also grow, because large economies have protected their own homegrown businesses from international competition. So they have a task ahead, and I wish them all the best, and I hope the House will pass this motion and approve them for nomination. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that opportunity. I support.
The member for Wajir South, what is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 95, indicating that looking and considering the mood of the House, that I think the mover to be called to reply. Thank you.
Is it the mood of the House? That the mover be called to reply? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank all members who have contributed for their diverse and informed views and contributions, that the House should rest assured that if we appoint the four, they will carry out and implement the mandate of the Competition Authority of Kenya to protect consumers and ensure a fair playing competitive field for businesses and corporations. I beg to reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I direct that the next steps on this particular business be undertaken when the matter will be set down on the order paper again. I direct that we move to the next order.
Order number 16, motion, consideration of the breast milk substitutes regulation and control, General Regulations 2021.
The Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation.
I'm here for Chair. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the breast milk substitutes, regulation and control laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 10, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 28(5) of the Breast Milk Substitute Act 2012, approve the Breast Milk Substitute Regulation 2021, published as legal notice number 184 of 2021, with the exceptions of regulations 1, 2, and 27(1), which the committee recommends to this House to direct the Ministry of Health to amend. Mr. Speaker, the breast milk substitute regulation 2021 have been made by the Cabinet Secretary for held in exercise of powers conferred by Section 28 of the Breast Milk Substitute Act 2012. The regulations were published in the Gazette on 27th of August 2021, submitted to the Clerk National Assembly on 5th October 2021, and laid in the House on 6th October 2021, being within the requisite statutory timelines under Section 11(1) of the Statutory Instrument Act. Mr. Speaker, the purpose and object of the regulation was to give full effect to Breast Milk Substitute Act of 2012, and more particularly, the Regulation 6 to reduce preventable and young child illness and death through protection, promotion, and support of optimal breastfeeding and complementary feeding, to promote and protect the breast interest of an infant and young child, and finally, to guide the ethical interaction of manufacturers with health workers, the manner in which donations are used or received, demonstrations on use, development of informal and educational communication materials, and labeling of BMS, Breast Act. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 16...
The Honorable Koropu, just hold on. Just hold on. The Honorable TJ seems to have a
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I have no intention of interrupting the Speaker, but I'm trying to consider the order of business today. I'm trying to catch up with him on which order we are. I see that we...
Number 16.
Mine is Committee of the Whole House. Is he reading
No, there is a supplementary. Oh, I see.
There's a supplementary,
I
which
see.
has 16, which is dealing with. It will not take too long. Maybe the next 5-10 minutes we should be done. The Honorable Koropo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before the interruption, I was saying, pursuant to Section 16 of the Statutory Instrument Act, the committee held a pre-publication scrutiny meeting with the Ministry of Health on 5th of February 2020 in Mombasa, where various issues emerged. Then further to that, the committee held a further meeting with Kenya Association of Manufacturers, taking into consideration the fact that in production of breast milk substitute, Kenya Association of Manufacturers needed to be consulted. That meeting was held on 23rd of March 2021, where KAM, that's Kenya Association of Manufacturers, raised issues. Mr. Speaker, the committee asked the Minister of Health to take into consideration matters raised, the several matters raised by the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Further, KAM proposed to the Ministry of Health certain amendments, the majority of which were taken into consideration. Mr. Speaker, following the same concerns raised after publication, the committee further held joint meeting between the Ministry of Health and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers on Monday, 8 November 2021 in the mini chamber. In that particular meeting, there were representatives from UNICEF and the professor from the pediatric department of University of Nairobi, so that matters raised by KAM could be sorted out. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee, having scrutinized the legal, and Mr. Speaker, after the meeting between the Ministry, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and several representatives, specific issues in contention were deliberated upon and a consensus reached. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee, having scrutinized the legal notice number 184, in light of its conformity to the Constitution, observed that, 1, statutory timelines, the regulations were published in Gazette on 27 August by legal notice number 184 and submitted on time and presented on time. 2, there was sufficient public participation. 3, regulatory impact assessments were satisfactorily done. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having examined the breast milk substitutes regulation against the Constitution, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act 2021, the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, and Breast Milk Substitute Control Act of 2012, pursuant to which they are made, recommends that the House approves the breast milk substitutes regulation via legal notice number this, with the exception of regulations 1, 2, and 27.1, which the committee proposes to be amended pursuant to section 28(5) of the Breast Milk Regulation Act 2012. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request Hon. Geneva Shamala of the Committee on Delegated Legislation to second. Thank you.
The Honorable Shamala. You can't get her where she is? Yeah, you now have the mic.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wish to state that the Committee on Delegated Legislation perused these regulations like it does all other regulations with the seriousness required. It also took into account the rights of the children of the Republic of Kenya, ensuring and understanding that indeed breast milk is the preferred choice for any child, as it gives the child, and as was demonstrated by the representatives of the Ministry of Health, stronger immune systems, less diarrhea, constipation, fewer colds and respiratory illnesses, fever and ear infections, and lower rates of infant mortality and a higher IQ. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I do second.
Honorable members, order. I propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the breast milk substitutes, regulations and controls, General Regulations 2021, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 10, 2021, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 28, subsection 5 of the Breast Milk Substitutes Regulation and Control Act 2012, approves the Breast Milk Substitutes Regulations and Controls General Regulations 2021, published as legal notice number 184 of 2021, with amendments to regulations 1, 2, and 27, subsection 1. The Honorable Shakir Shabir, member for Kisumu East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I wish to support this particular motion. What we call substitute. Only in the last 2 years have I realized how expensive this particular process is and how much tax is being put on instead of being reduced. The mothers who are unable to breastfeed, and I know now many cases, are totally unable to meet the 1,000 shillings plus per tin. Yet the Treasury and the Ministry, despite promising us in the Finance Committee that they would reduce the VAT to nil or zero, cheated us and brought it back through the back window. And at this moment in time, Mr. Chair, these simple, what we call alternative to breast milk, the powder, they call it formula, the cheapest is 700 shillings a tin. Whereas in Europe, the same thing, which is being imported from Singapore and others, is selling at 250 to 300 shillings. Kenyans, we are suffering. It's because they feel, the Treasury feels, the Ministry of Finance feels that this is a rich man's product. It isn't. It is a poor person's product. And the poor person's product is now being charged excessively. As such, I wish to support any such proposal which is going to regulate and going to be able to support the production and the marketing of infant formula for less and to be taxed less. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sir, I can afford it. It costs me, for my 4 children, something in the region of 70,000 shillings a month. But that is for 4. Divided by 4, it is coming to about 12,000 shillings, 50 is about 15 to 18,000 shillings for one child. How can somebody who is unable to produce breast milk do something about, be able to afford that? Mr. Speaker, sir, at this moment in time, I'm supporting nearly 6 such women who have been unable to feed their children. And this is when malnutrition, as we are told, affects children between 1 month to 2 years. After that, there's stunted growth and nothing can happen. So I plead that the House do pass these regulations and do look at this thing seriously, and that the Finance Committee be asked to re-look at that issue of taxation, VAT taxation on this particular item. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Odhiambo, member for Suba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that touches on both women and children. Mr. Speaker, for moms who can't breastfeed or would decide not to, the infant formula is a healthy alternative, and it provides babies with the nutrients they need to grow and to thrive. I know there's a lot of debate about whether to breastfeed or whether to go the formula way, but there are instances where mothers are not able to. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we need to do is not to make or motherhood, not to make motherhood or to punish motherhood or make it punitive, so that in a case where mothers who are not able to breastfeed and the formula is the way to go, and it's made expensive for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage, and beyond this, we actually want to see it translating into reduction of prices, so that we are not just talking of regulations, but we are not seeing a reduction in prices. Because sometimes here in Parliament, we pass laws that which should actually translate to the benefits to the public, but where the rubber meets the road, we do not see a change. So, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
The Honorable Mwangi Mburu, member for Lari. Not in the house. The Honorable Mishimboko.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama wazazi ambao tunajua umuhimu wa kunyonyesha, tunaunga mkono sana ripoti hii, kwa sababu mtoto mchanga lazima aweze kupata maziwa ya mama. Lakini pia kuna wakati ambao kuna changamoto, pengine mzazi amezaa mtoto lakini anakumbwa na changamoto za maradhi fulani. Hivyo basi anaambiwa na daktari pengine asimnyonyeshe mtoto. Ama pia mzazi anazaa lakini anakuwa maziwa yake ni machache, hayamtoshelezi yule mtoto. Hivyo basi lazima kuwe na maziwa mbadala ya kuweza kumtosheleza mtoto yule. Na nataka niunge mkono ripoti hii ya kamati, kwa sababu lazima kuwe na kanuni haswa za kuangalia, je, maziwa haya mbadala ni maziwa ambayo yatasaidia mtoto, yako na madini yanayohusika, yanayohitajika. Na pia sasa hivi tunaona katika soko letu kumetokea maziwa sampuli tofauti tofauti, ambazo nyingine tunaona hata wakati tunapatia watoto zinaleta shida, haswa shida za maradhi ya tumbo. Kwa hivyo lazima kuwe na njia ya kuangalia haya maziwa mbadala ambayo yameingia katika soko zetu. Je, ni yale ambayo yamemulikwa na yameangaliwa na wale haswa kama madaktari, haswa wale wanaosimamia afya za watoto, ili tuweze kukinga watoto wetu na maradhi yanayotokana na maziwa kama haya. Vile vile pia tuweze kuangalia bei, kwa sababu unapata saa zingine mzazi anazaa mapacha watatu kwa mpigo mmoja, ama hata anazaa mapacha hata watano. Tumeona mpaka mapacha 7 kwa wakati mmoja. Na unaona hizi bei ni bei ambazo ni kama haziangaliwi, hakuna kanuni za kuangalia bei hizi. Ni bei ambazo zitamrahisisha mzazi ama yule mama ambaye ana mtoto mchanga aweze kupata maziwa mbadala ya kuweza kumfidia mtoto kama yule. Kwa hivyo jambo hili tunaweza kuliona ni jambo dogo, lakini ni jambo la msingi sana, kwa sababu mtoto akiwa mchanga kupata madini fulani, ikiwa hakupata madini yale ya kupitia maziwa ya mzazi ya kutoka kwa mama, lazima tujue maziwa mbadala yataweza kuwa na yale madini ambayo yanahitajika, kwa sababu maziwa ya mama siku zote huwa yanakinga maradhi na pia yanawezesha mtoto kuweza kukua kwa kasi na kukua kwa hali ya ubora zaidi. Hivyo basi, hili ni swala ambalo lazima wizara yetu ya afya pia iweze kuweka mikakati na kuweka kanuni ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba swala hili ni swala nyeti na ni swala muhimu sana. Vile vile kina mama wazazi lazima pia waweze kupewa mafunzo ili waelewe wakati mzazi umekosa maziwa ama imekuwa shida kwa sababu fulani kuweza kupata maziwa ya kutosha, waweze kufunzwa, wajue ya kwamba maziwa mbadala ni sampuli gani ambazo zitaweza kusawazisha ama kuwa mbadala wa yale maziwa haswa ya kutoka katika titi la mama. Kwa hivyo mambo kama hayo lazima yafanyike, na zile program ambazo tumekuwa zikifanyika zamani za kupita kule mashinani kuweza kuzungumzia kina mama katika zile zahanati za mitaani ama zile za mashinani. Swala kama hili ni swala lazima liweze kupewa kipao mbele ili kina mama wote wazazi wawe wako sawia, na haswa ino elimu ya kuweza kunyonyesha mtoto. Mtu anahitajika mzazi takriban amnyonyeshe mtoto kwa miaka 2 na si chini ya miaka 2. Lakini iwapo kuna matatizo, basi maziwa mbadala pia uyapate na mtoto aweze kuyapata sawia vile vile takriban kama miaka 2 ama zaidi, lakini si chini ya miaka 2. Kwa sababu unajua mtoto akiwa mchanga sana hawezi, hasa kwa miezi 6, hawezi kula chakula chengine isipokuwa maziwa. Kwa hivyo maziwa mbadala lazima tuyatilie akili sana na tuweze kuyaangalia na kuweka kanuni, kwa sababu iwapo mtoto huyu amekosa ya mama na kwa miezi 6 hataweza kula chakula chengine isipokuwa maziwa, basi lazima tupate maziwa mbadala ambayo yana madini yanayohitajika. Hivyo basi kanuni za kuangalia soko zetu katika bei na katika kuona ni maziwa gani haswa yatakayokubalika kwa kisheria ya kiafya kupitia wizara yetu ya afya na pia zile taasisi ambazo zinahusika na mambo ya watoto ama ukuzaji wa watoto. Kwa hayo, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono sana swala hili na naunga mkono ripoti ya kamati kuzungumzia swala hili. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
The Honorable Duale, member for Garissa Township. The Honorable Duale is not speaking to this. The next one is the Honorable Obo Mohammed, member for Lamu.
Asante Bwana Spika, mimi naunga na ngoja hiyo watu.
Very well. There being no other member, I direct that the mover be called to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank the members for their contribution and assure them that the pertinent issues they have raised have been taken into consideration, and on that basis, I beg to move. Thank you.
I direct that the next steps on this one will be undertaken when this particular order will be set down again on the order paper. Honorable members, we shall now move to the next order, but before we do that, I wish to remind members about the communication from the substantive speaker here yesterday in regard to that particular business in the committee of the whole House. The Honorable TJ, what is
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek your further directions as a matter of intervention. I know that the substantive speaker ruled substantively on the issues that should come before the committee for deliberation. But I also know that he further directed the several members who have proposed amendments to the bill that they caucus and come up with some agreed areas of issues that they have agreed on. I speak as the vice chair of the committee that is tasked with this assignment, and we are in a rather awkward position as the committee in that that meeting by the 3 members or so did not include us. And so, as of now, we do not know which, just allow me to finish what I'm saying. We do not know the extent or the specific issues that the members would want either to prosecute or to drop according to their caucuses. I have had a word with the member for Garissa Town, whom I consider to be ranking member. I should have also consulted the member for Suba North because she too is a ranking member. And so you can see where we are. We want this thing to be prosecuted and to be finalized. But we are asking for directions that the 3 members would come and speak with us as a committee so that we then know specific areas that they are prosecuting and we know the specific areas which must come to the floor, and we will be very ready to tackle those which want to come to the floor. Otherwise, you gave us a task as plenary, but now we are kind of burgeoned. We are having some surprise attacks because we do not know exactly what will come before the House. I think this is a reasonable request, Mr. Speaker, and this does not go against the Speaker's order. It just clarifies the Speaker's order so that committees are seen to be in control of the bills that are assigned to them for prosecution. And of course, members have the right to propose amendments and prosecute them from the floor. But when there is amendments which seem to, instead of fighting on the floor, so to speak, we would rather harness them in committee so that when we come, we only have those that have to come before the plenary, and the ones that have been settled do not then appear in the order paper. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I therefore ask for your direction, if that may be necessary.
I will give the 3 members. I was here yesterday when the substantive speaker gave that direction. And I think the 3 members who are to caucus are the Honorable Duale, the Honorable Member from Vita, and the Honorable Millie Mabona, or Diam. So I'll give each one of them probably a minute to just say something to this. And I think what the Honorable Kajwang is saying is reasonable. So who will have the first bite? The Honorable Member from Vita.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's, I just want to inform the chair of the committee. Actually, the issues that were there were not committee amendments. So there's no fight. As a matter of fact, we had no issues whatsoever with what the committee had recommended. The only amendment that the committee had recommended was actually declared that it should not be on the order paper, and that is the issue of Hajj. Other than that, it was for us to harmonize between ourselves and Honorable Millie, which we did. We actually took the time, and if I'm not mistaken, we left Parliament close to 7 o'clock last night to be able to go through all those particular amendments. Honorable Millie will be in agreement, and I'm sure Honorable Duale will be in agreement, that it is only an issue, and even when we now say there are some amendments that even I myself am dropping when we reach there, and there are some amendments that Honorable Millie as well is dropping, and there are some amendments that I'm actually enhancing Honorable Millie's amendments, and Honorable Duale will also be enhancing Honorable Millie's amendments. So I plead with the committee chair to allow us to be able to get through with this, kindly.
I presume that the Honorable Member from Vita has spoken for the Honorable Millie and the Honorable Duale. The Honorable Duale is comfortable? The Honorable Millie? She's comfortable? Yes, the Honorable TJ?
I'm sorry, members, but I'm not appearing difficult. I'm just trying to say that it would be nice, as committee or the whole House has done before, that views of the committee is taken in consideration. And so if there are some amendments, and these amendments are not known to the committee, when we reach there, for example, Mr. Speaker, we may not, if the chair will ask, so what does the committee say about this specific one? We may not be prepared because we haven't then considered them. Would it be too much If, for example, the members would divulge that on these specific areas, we have dropped this, we have dropped those, we have dropped this, but this one we will prosecute, so that we have a clean debate here. I'm just thinking, well, but if we choose to go the full hog, we are also prepared for it. And I do not know how that will, that could make it a little dirty.
I think for us to be able to make progress, I think the Honorable Kajwang, your concern is, from my first take on it, was a correct concern. But the amendments that we are talking to were amendments by the members. They are not amendments of the committee. They were amendments. So if they have found a way to deal with them, I'm sure when you reach there, and if they appear to have divergent views, then I'm sure the chair will be able to deal with it. Yes. The Honorable Dwelle, now you want to say something?
Yeah, Speaker, I think we need to move because we have been waiting for this. One, I think the situation is because this bill is very unique.
Yes.
It's a very unique bill. So number one, we have no problem with the amendments of the committee. And in fact, the amendments of the committee, which Honorable Millie has, and we are comfortable with the committee amendments. So as we move, each stage, each section, we will argue why we are dropping, and we will also convince why we are doing a further amendment. So Honorable Nasir, when he's dropping his, maybe in favor of the committee or for other reasons, he will say it. But I think committees really, yes, are the custodian of the bills. But when we come to committee of the whole House, it is the House to decide, each and every member. Because Honorable Millie had a huge sections of amendment, that's why the Speaker agreed. And in fact, he said we should go and sit. So why we didn't invite the committee is we are very comfortable with the amendments of the committee. We only wanted to harmonize our 3 amendments as 3 members, which we have done it, and we are ready to go. And I think in order to save time, because already we have about 30 minutes, we move so that we see how far we can go today, and then ask you, Speaker, to direct that so that we can finish this bill tomorrow, that tomorrow we are also given an opportunity, I'm sure, to continue with it.
I think let us get into the meat of this. Yes, I think let us get into the meat of this. And as we do that, the only reminder I would like to remind the members is that the substantive speaker ruled that the proposed amendments to clause 2, proposing to define the word Hajj, and the paragraph thereunder proposing to expand the conventional role of a Waqf commission beyond the administration of Waqf property and trusteeship are contrary to the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution with regard to public participation. So that will not be considered. I therefore now direct that we move to the next business on the order paper.
Order number 17, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members. We are now in Committee of the Whole House to consider the Waqf Bill, National Assembly Bill number 73 of 2019.
Clause 3.
We have no amendment for this one, and I go on to propose the question, which is that clause 3 be part of the bill. I go on to put the question, which is that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
So we have proposed amendments, and we'll start. Honorable Duale?
Guidance. I think there was an amendment by Honorable Millie on clause 2.
Clause 4.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, you know, it's because I have forgotten. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
let's have Honorable Millie prosecute her amendment on clause 4.
Madam Speaker, I move that clause 4 be amended. Not 4B. You are confusing me. It is clause 4 be amended. Not exactly as per the order paper. Chair, I'm going to move the amendment, but with a further amendment. I will provide a further amendment to my own amendment. And so, Chair, in
Come
my...
again, Honorable Millie. What are you doing?
I am moving that clause 4 be amended as per the order paper, but with further amendments. I am moving further amendments to my own amendments in the order paper. In other words, I'm going to drop in my amendment, my proposed amendment, I am not, because I indicated in my amendment that we delete the entire 4 and then replace it with what is here. But now what I'm suggesting, what I'm proposing rather, is that we delete 4.1, yeah, and replace it with my 4.1 A, B, C, but that C becomes A. We reorder so that the C becomes A. And we merge D and E so that it provides that it is made for religious purposes and for the poor and vulnerable within the Muslim community. And then we delete the rest and retain 2, a person shall only make a work in relation to property that the person owns. But then now the rest provided remains in the bill and 2 in the bill. I hope I'm not very confusing. That's the effect of our harmonization. And I can actually read it in effect, what I am doing in effect. Can I read it so that it is clearer?
Yes, yes, Honorable Millie, just read so that we
Okay,
are all
so
on
what
the
I
same
am
page.
proposing, that what it would appear after my amendment is a work shall be valid where A, it is made in accordance with Islamic law, B, the wakif has attained 18 years, C, the wakif is of sound mind, D, it is made for religious purposes and for the poor and vulnerable within the Muslim community. Then 2, a person shall only make a work in relation to property the person owns. And then we retain the one in the bill, provided that the absence of any reservation of the ultimate benefit of a work for the poor or any other purpose under Islamic law as a purpose of a permanent character shall not invalidate a work. Then 2, within the bill remains.
Honorable Millie, you
Yes.
know, the more I listen, the more I see you introducing some new amendment.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
rather than what is on record in the order paper?
I am actually doing a further amendment to my bill. So what I am doing in my bill, or rather my amendment, is there are some I am dropping and only one.
But if you're doing a further amendment,
yes,
yet according to the records here, you had an amendment, isn't it?
Yes.
And now you want to do a further amendment to your amendment.
Which I am allowed. As a mover, I am allowed.
But it has to be approved, Honorable Millie. And rather than do it that way, we do a recommittal. You just do what is on record, and then we process the further amendment through a recommittal.
Chair, can I just say something to that?
Yes.
Chair, what I've observed in the past is that when you move an amendment, as the mover, you can actually do a further amendment to your own amendment. That's my understanding, respectfully. But I stand guided.
Honorable TJ.
Chair, I have a lot of respect for these substantial members. I do not know how it is that today the House is composed of men and women that I defer to. But I think it's because the business at hand is important. I see a lot of sense in what the member for Suba North is doing, except, as you know, I'm a stickler to procedure. And I would wish that procedure is followed so that those of us who are struggling and in their first years will see the beauty and the sweetness of following procedure. You know, I made a suggestion to the House when the Speaker was in the seat. You see, the committee was not involved in this. This was an interaction between the three members who had proposed those amendments. Had they come before us, we would have quite condensed, and you know, the mover would have then come with what she proposes, and in that way the order paper would have been clean, because we would have agreed the manner in which they would want to propose. However, we are going to take you round circles. My suggestion would be, if it is where we are, that we go on this thing step by step, so that we say, let us handle 4.1a, because a mover, yes, has the opportunity to do further amendment, but that further amendment needs to be written and needs to be approved. And we need to be in respect of a specific issue. So we come on it, read the text, and see what that further amendment is doing on that very text. We deliberate on it, either dismiss it or not. But I'm worried that all these further amendments are not before the Speaker, and they have not been approved by the Speaker as the. The procedure demands that these amendments are seen by the Speaker and approved. Other than the fact that we know that the proposer has an opportunity to further amend what she's saying. So before even we consider it, I'd really want to ask the chair, if we go the direction that members are suggesting, we'll really be muddled. Because, for example, we are being asked to put C before A, and we are being asked to renumber those programs. I still have also substantive issues to deal with on this amendment on number 4. I have issues to say. But before we come to it, let us first of all clean the procedure and agree that which procedure we are following, and then we go on.
Yeah, I think, Honorable Millie, you will have to agree that we go with the procedure, you know, and even for the interest of members to follow. It's already a jargon of things that nobody is following. You understand it, but the rest of the members do not. So we need to, you will either have to drop your further amendment for now and just deal with the amendment that is before the House. And then if you feel like you need to pursue the further amendment, then you do it procedurally. Honorable Duale?
Chair, I'm not challenging your communication, but I totally disagree with Honorable DJ Kajwang. A member, not only amendments, a member can even move his motion in an amended form without having it written. The person who is supposed to get the approval of the speaker, which we have already done, is if another member wants to do a further amendment on the amendments of the mover. So, like, I have amendments which the speaker has approved for me, which at one stage, either me or Honorable Nasir will move as a further amendment. But what Honorable Millie is doing is that her motion, her amendment, which is more of a numbering, and at the end of the day, even when the vellum is going to be made, the most important thing is not even the order paper, it is the Hansard, how the Hansard will be captured. So, Madam Chair, I really want us to listen to Honorable Millie. What we are dealing with is a very simple matter. In fact, apart from rearranging, and which again she can even leave it, we can live with it. We can even have A the way it is in the order paper, B the way it is in the order paper, C the way it is in the order paper. But in our harmonization, there's something we have agreed she's going to drop. So I think let me ask Honorable Millie, in fact, to forego about the rearrangement, whether it appears on C. So just read the way it is, and then I think where you just do a further amendment is only on D, where you are doing something extra, so that we move on. Then you say 2 is okay. Then I think you need to go on record, Honorable Millie, that you have dropped 3, 4, 5, and 6, which are on the order paper. Madam Chair, because I was even seeing Honorable Millie was trying to refer back to the bill. That she doesn't refer back to the bill, she reads the way her 4A, because she's deleting 4, which is the bill, she's replacing it with the way her 4A, our WACF shall be valid. Then I want her to read A, B, C, don't rearrange. Doesn't make. Then where you are doing a further amendment, it's only D. Then you come, then you say after D, I am dropping F, G, H, and then you read 2, then 3, 4, 5, and 6, you drop them. I think if you do that, it's more neater.
Thank you, Honorable Duale. Yes, Honorable Millie, I will have you have a go at it again.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I'll do a variant of what the Chair and Honorable TJ has suggested, so that I do not confuse the House. That would be that I move them one by one, and where I have a further amendment, I will actually write it down.
Sure.
So, Chair, I move that clause 4.1a be amended as per the order paper. It basically said the Wakif should have 18 years at the time of making the work.
I'll go on to propose the question. I propose the question, which is that clause 4A be part of the bill. Sorry, I'll do it again. I propose the question that clause 4A be amended as proposed by Honorable Millie.
1A, 4.1a.
Yes, you're right. It's 4.1a. Let me have a go at it again. I propose the question, which is that clause 4.1a be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie Odhiambo. I go on to put the question. Honorable Kajwang?
You know, this is why sometimes the House assigns activities to committees, because in that committee, we sometimes have privilege of experts coming before us, and we are blessed by a lot of staff that have looked at this quite a lot. I'm not saying that members don't have staff that are able to do research and so on, but this is why sometimes bills are committed to committees. You know, if you look at this amendment, a WAF shall be valid where, and it is amending clause 4, a WAF shall be valid where the word WAF has been defined in this bill. A WAF means religious, charitable, or benevolent endowment or dedication. It is a noun that is referring to the property in the WAF. It is not a noun referring to the person conferring that property. Now that is very different, because if you consider the amendment, the proposer would, is of the view, I'm mistaken, and I would understand that a WAF is the person granting the property.
No.
And this is why the WAF has attained 18 years. It must be...
It's our kif, not WAF.
I don't know whether my eyes...
You're interchanging. You're interchanging.
I'm getting older. I could be... This is... no, just a minute.
You're interchanging the words.
Madam Chair, is this word
W-A-A...
Is this word W-A-Q-F?
W-A-A-K-I-F in A.
W-A?
Yeah, maybe I can clarify.
Because maybe because the prints
Chair,
are...
can I clarify?
Yes, let Honorable Millie clarify.
Chair, if you look at 4A, it says the WAKF, which is W-A-K-F, which is a property. QF rather.
QF.
Yeah, which is constituted. It's constituted, the WAKF, shall be valid where the person constituting it, who is our kif, not a WAKF. So I'm saying in A, where the WAKF has attained 18 years. However, I do notice that sometimes in the typing, not from myself, but sometimes from the secretariat, it may appear as WAKF. But on the document I'm holding, it is actually a WAKF, not a WAKF. So the one is a WAKF shall be valid, and the A, where the WAKF, who is the person making, not the property, the person making, is 18 years. And I do want to apologize, actually, because we met until very late yesterday. We are not actually 3, we were more than 3. Other members came to join us. And because of that, we were not able to clean up the way we ought to do. Chair, most of us were even coming from constituencies yesterday. So it's even a wonder that we were able to meet. But I just want to encourage my brother TJ that when you see me moving amendments, I've actually researched. I didn't even give my research. I researched on the writings of Muslim scholars and decisions from different areas. My brother Duale was actually challenging me about the different sects. And I told him I know that from the decisions I've read from India, Nigeria, UK on this issue. So I actually know the difference between our WAKF and our KIF.
Okay, Chair.
I hope it should be clear now.
No, Chair, let me rely on your word, because, you know, we are dealing here with a word which, I must confess, I do not come from the Islamic faith, but that does not matter. Here we are dealing with the law now. Would you just read for me what we have, so that it's a small matter, but can be big, depending on what passes. What is your reading? This is small print. I am seeing a WAF validity of the WAF.
Where?
On the order paper.
Yes.
You're reading
on the order paper. Unless, although I'm reading the order paper, maybe there is a supplementary order paper which is different. Maybe this is the position.
Just read what you have on the board.
What I have is a WAF which is WAQF.
Yes.
Yeah, then I have a wrong, maybe something is, no, where's the supplementary?
No, just read what you have.
What I have is,
so that we see.
it is WAQF. If that is the point, then my point is valid. What I have is WAQF.
Yes. Shall
be valid where?
Where,
Yes.
then a WAF, say the same word,
No.
WAQF.
No, it's WA.
A reads the Wakif.
No, then I have a wrong order paper.
Yeah. Yes, Honorable Nasir,
Then I have a wrong order
you want
paper.
to clarify?
This is a different one. Can I have the amended, the
Order Honorable Kajwang. Let's hear what Honorable Nasir has to say.
Thank you. Chair, I think Honorable Kajwang is right, but at the same time, he's not right in the sense, he's right based on the document that he's holding. Because the document that he's holding seems to be a different document, and I'm saying this with a lot of jurisdiction, considering as well, he was of the opinion earlier on that we were at Committee of the Whole House when we were actually debating delegated legislation issues. So the document he has is a document that is not right. And I think
that has already been clarified. He was holding the wrong document.
I hope now we can, well, with 10 minutes to go, I still hope that we can be able at least to make some movement.
Yes, Honorable Millie, were you the one?
I'm already. Chair, my understanding is.
Yes, I think I can now go on to put the question. Can I proceed to put the? Do you have the right document now? Give Honorable Kajwang.
You know, Chair, I'm prepared by my committee clerk. So my committee clerk gave me the order paper as it is. Then I realized now that I am speaking right now that there is a supplementary order paper. Yes, the supplementary order paper is different. It's Wakif.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense and makes a whole difference.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
who is the Wakif?
Honorable
Our Wakif then becomes the person making the WAF.
Okay, Honorable Kajwang,
Yes.
now you're okay.
Yes. The
Honorable
person who is now assigning or making the WAF. The WAF is the property. But the
Now you
person
understand.
doing it is now the Wakif.
Honorable
Different.
Duale.
I really want to ask my colleagues, as a promoter of this bill, when I was a leader, these are very unique. Only very few people will understand. Waqf is the institution. Waqif, which Honorable Miri is talking, is the person, the owner of the property. And that's why she's saying he must attain 18 years. Simple as that. You can move.
Now we can move, honorable members, and I'll go on to put the question, which is that clause 41A be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question that clause 41A as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1A, clause 1B.
Honorable Millie, now you can proceed to move B.
Chair, I move that clause 141B be amended as per the order paper. It provides that the Wakif be of sound mind.
I want to propose the question first, which is that clause 41B be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. And I can go on to put the question, which is that clause 41B be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I go on to put the question that clause 41B as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Millie, go to C.
Chair, I move that clause 41C be amended as per the order paper, which basically provides that it be made according to Islamic law.
I go on to propose the question, which is that clause 41C be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. Can I go on to put the question? Yes. I go on to put the question, which is that clause 41C be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to put the question that clause 41C as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Go on, Honorable Millie.
Chair, this is where I'm actually going to then propose an amendment which I'm going to write. I propose that clause 41D be amended by, how do I put it? Be amended so that it reads, it is made for religious purposes and for the poor and vulnerable within the Muslim community. That means, yeah, that's D.
D.
It is made for religious purposes and for the poor and vulnerable in the Muslim community. The E I'm dropping.
But you're going to write it, Honorable Millie?
Yes, yes, I'm going to write it.
Okay.
Chair, maybe I can explain to Honorable Shakil Shabir, who doesn't understand because he's saying it is already provided for in E. And Chair, in E, it provides that it is made for the benefit of the Muslim community, and if secular in character, it is reserved for the benefit of the poor. Chair, on this one, I'm explaining to Shakir first. We were not in agreement, but I decided to defer to the Muslims because my reading was suggesting that there are times when non-Muslims can benefit, but I was told it is not so. So because of that, my E goes, because my understanding is non-Muslims can benefit, but because the non-Muslims, I'm told, cannot benefit, except the poor and vulnerable in the Muslim community, so I provided for that in any event because I support the uplifting of the poor and vulnerable in the society, whether Muslim or Christian. So what I am saying, Madam Chair, is that it is made for religious purposes and for the poor and vulnerable within the Muslim community.
I need to propose the question. I propose the question that clause 41D be amended as proposed by the Honorable Millie.
It's not benefiting non-Muslims.
Honorable Kajo?
Now I see why the committee was not involved here. Chair, we were privileged to have discussions with Muslim scholars on this. We were privileged to have discussions with the public trustee. We were privileged to have discussions with the SUPKEM. And we have information on this. This does not require you to be a Muslim. No, I have it here. This does not require you to be a Muslim. In fact, a member for Suba North, that was misleading. WAF property, as it was presented to us, is a benefit that can be conferred to anybody. You don't have to be a Muslim. Yes, it can be conferred to anybody. It can be conferred to anybody. In fact, that was the gist of when we had an objection from a member from Suba North. And I remember there was another member for Kiminini who was a little untactful and raised something which looked like constitution. Remember who somebody said that there is a constitutional issue, that it is discriminative, that it is a practice that will then deny members who are not of that Islamic faith. We say, no, Chair, let me just say this. It is the person who is granting who must be from the Islamic faith.
Order. Order, members. Order. The mover. Yes, the chair to report.
3 of 2019 up to clause 4.1d and approve the same with amendments and seek leave to sit again.
The mover. The Honorable T.J. Kajwan.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, subject to recommittal of clause 4.1d. And I call upon the member for Suba North to second.
The Honorable TJ, you have not reached a point where you might want to recommit.
Have I?
Yes, when we finish the entire business, then you can recommit. Now you will just report progress.
Okay, Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and also request Honorable member for Suba North to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
The Honorable Odhiambo.
I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I now put the question. Yeah? Sorry, members, there's a technicality to that, putting that question. Honorable members, I want to thank you, members, for staying the course today, for the work that you have done so far on this particular business. And therefore now, honorable members, the time being 7:05 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 11th November 2021 at 2:30 p.m.
I have